Good morning, everyone. Hope I'm audible. The speaker has joined. Abhishek sir, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Good morning. Abhishek sir, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Today we have a session on different structures of business entity and legal compliance for regular conduct of business. This is the first session. We have Mr. Abhishek. He has completed his LLM from the Bangalore University and postgraduate diploma in environmental laws from NLSIU Bangalore, and is currently the practicing company secretary and fellow member of Indian Institute of Company Secretaries of India, and is also associated as the secretary of Mysore chapter of ICSI and a partner at AAA & Co. Welcome to the session, sir. There are about 250 plus registrations to this program. The participants category are like students, startups, entrepreneurs, academicians, and research scientists.
Okay. Fine. So I will just share my screen.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So hope the presentation is visible.
Yeah, kindly make a full screen, sir.
I will make it full screen. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Can
Yes,
I start
sir.
now?
Yes, sir.
So good morning, everyone. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity on talking about this particular topic. So as introduced by, basically related to what is my background, kindly note here, I'm dealing with a lot of structuring and then setting up of business and related stuff. The topic assigned to me today is what are the different structures of business entities, and then what are the pros and cons of each type of business entity. So that is the next important thing which I am going to discuss here. What are the points that we are going to discuss? Firstly, what are the various types of business entities which are available in India? That is the most important topic that we all should know, because understanding the background, you have a lot of students here, budding entrepreneurs, seasoned entrepreneurs, scientists, whoever want to be on their own. What are the choices available and how to choose that? That is also plays a very important role. That is one of the important topic which I'm covering today. One important thing is we need to understand there are so many options available. When these options are available, what are the important criteria that I should keep in mind while deciding which type of entity that I should choose? Which type of entity that will suit my requirement? That also plays a very important role. So while discussing the types of business entities itself, I will try to explain what are the advantages and disadvantages. That means pros and cons relating to each type of business entity. After understanding the pros and cons, we can get into the most important topic, that is guiding factors to choose right business entity. So you are at an entry level. You have so many other aspirations. Then based on certain criteria, you have to choose which type of business entity will be most suitable for you. Because take, for example, you are at a very entry level and then you want to be completely doing it on your own. You don't want to take any other support. If you start a private limited company, then it will become a burden on you. Why? Because there are a lot of legal compliances associated to that. Instead, you can start as a sole proprietorship and end up becoming a company at a future date. So like that, what are the legal compliances which are required for the regular conduct, or the guiding factors which are required to choose a right business entity also is very important. So that is one important topic which I'm going to discuss. One more topic I am asked to cover is legal compliances for regular conduct of business. Because once you choose any type of business entity, whether it is a sole proprietorship or a partnership, anything for that matter, the most important activity is to keep the status of those business entities active. If you do not keep the status of that business entities active, then what happens is like those entities, whatever that you have set up, if you do not regularly comply with the requirements, then definitely there will be lot of problems that will follow. That means there might be some regulatory notices, there might be some legal notices, anything for that matter that might follow. So under those instances, in order to ensure that my legal compliances are on track, I need to ensure there are some basic minimum things that I should do. Then finally, we can conclude the session. This is how in 5 parts I have divided today's session. And I have kept some small, like at the end, we can have some question and answers also. And, few questions, you can basically type it out in the chat box so that I will be able to access it and answer it. Okay. I think with this, we can get into one by one. The first important thing, the first topic which I have to take up is what are the various types of business entities available in India. Okay. So if you look at the types of business entities which are available in India today, I can categorize it in these forms. The first important type of category which I can think of is the sole proprietorship. Next comes a partnership firm. Then you have a society or multi-state cooperative societies, or even CHITs for that matter, depending on what business you want. Then you have this limited liability partnerships, then company form of organization, and even we have not-for-profit entities also. Okay, so we need to get into that also. So if you look at the types of the business entities, I can get into one by one into details. The first important at the entry level, since there are so many beginners also who have joined, for the benefit of them, I'm going to get into the details one by one. Sole proprietorship, partnership, and society. That we will take it up first. And then we can get into limited liability partnership and company. Okay. So if you look at this sole proprietorship, partnership, societies, and trusts, these are the 4 entities I want to call it. They are under informal sector, or they are called informal enterprises, or we can even call it unorganized. Okay. Unorganized sector, we can call them. Whereas company form of organization, limited liability partnership, all these things, we can call it formal way of enterprises. Now, why I'm telling this? Because when it comes to this informal enterprises are those enterprises where the regulatory are not so formal, wherein it is not completely organized, but it will be a sort of unorganized. That is the reason why I'm calling it informal enterprises. Now, take for example, somebody wants to start a very small firm. In the sense like here, there are a lot of scientists are also available. And then, there are students in the stream of agri sciences or whatever background you people are coming from. I want to treat all you people as budding entrepreneurs or even seasoned entrepreneurs for that matter. Now, in a so small way, you have to start something. You want to be on your own. You are not getting any support. You want to be on your own. You have a small piece of land in which you want to do some experimenting and all that stuff. And for which right now we are not expecting any funding from outsider. Once your research is complete, then only you want to release that particular product into the market. That is your idea. So you need a small, take for example, it is related to agriculture. Since I'm talking to the GKVK group, I'm taking this particular example. This is a very small group. Let us take that into consideration, wherein we have a lot of instances where we are talking about certain circumstances. So if you look at certain examples wherein we have sole proprietorships and then lot of activities which can be done even with the sole proprietorship also. Sole proprietorships in the sense here, there is no specific regulatory authority which will look at the sole proprietorship. You don't get into like formation of a sole proprietorship. Sole proprietorship is so informal, like you can take up a shop next to you, or it might be a small, basically like a lady wants to start a boutique, or somebody wants to do a hotel business, or someone wants to do set a small research lab, or anything for that matter. You are using your land and then you are using it for that particular purpose. And right now you are not doing a big commercial activity out there. You are at that particular stage. You're not interested to share your profits with anyone. The same way you're not interested to share your liability with anyone. And you don't want to fall under big regulatory barriers. Then sole proprietorship is the right entity, wherein to start with, You will take a particular land on lease or an office on lease, whatever it might be. You will pay the rent out of your pocket or whatever that you are going to earn. You will open a current account in a bank account. That's all. So whatever transaction you want to do, say Siddhi Vinayaka Enterprises, you want to name it. I'm just giving you an example. You can name it. There is no registration required. Only thing what is required to have this sole proprietorship is something like you have to open a bank account, and then you should have a permanent account number, and then, shops and commercial establishment license like that, or municipal, like you have trade license that will be given from the local authorities. If these two license, if you take based on your personal KYC, that is your Aadhaar, a permanent account number, all that will be considered. And then finally, they will give you the opportunity to start your own enterprise, so that you get a shops and commercial establishment license, and you get a trade license from corporation or panchayat, wherever that you are locating, or even BBMP for that matter, or wherever you want, wherever the city jurisdiction, it is called trade license. If you take, you can start particular sole proprietorship. In sole proprietorship, your individual accounts will be kept separate in your savings bank account, and whatever business you do related to that, it will be kept in a separate bank account. It will be called as current account. Now, in the name of the sole proprietorship also, you can, in the name of the sole proprietorship also, we can open a current account, and then we can file the income tax returns. That will be the only regulatory requirement on a yearly basis. 30th of September will be the due date to file that particular income tax return. Other than that, on a yearly basis, you will not be interested to do anything else. So that simple the entity will be. This is sole proprietorship. Okay. Now, the next level, if you want to go, there is one more kind of option available in the kinds of business entity, that is called partnership firm, where you don't want to be on your own. You want to share your responsibilities. Somebody you want to bring in, and then you want to share your investments and liabilities. Minimum 2 people are required. Then you can start a partnership firm. The process of starting a partnership firm is also very simple. There are 2 concepts in partnership firm. The partnership firm comes into existence by way of entering into an agreement that is called partnership deed. Okay. A partnership deed is a very simple document where it will be talking about what is the name of the firm. You can name the firm at your instances, in the sense like whatever creativity you people have. Based on that, you can name your organization. Then in that particular agreement, you have to mention what is the purpose for which this particular partnership firm is registered. The purpose of the partnership firm is, you have to write it in details relating to, this is for the purpose, research related to agriculture activities, seed manufacture, whatever, seeds processing, fertilizers, like that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, whatever you want, you have to put it in that particular partnership deed related to what is the purpose for which this particular entity is set up. That is also very important thing. Based on the purpose, we have to understand each partner, how much money he is going to introduce as capital. Because any business, capital plays a very important role. Without capital, a business cannot be set up, correct? So each partner, how much, basically like they're bringing in the investment, or it is called as the, capital that they're introducing it. Who will take what responsibility? Who will be active partner? Who will be passive? Passive partners will be sharing profits, but active partners will take care of the day-to-day business of the entities. Like that, each and everything, if a partner wants to exit, what are the opportunities to be given? If a partner wants to retire, then what is the procedure to be followed? Everything will be mentioned in that particular partnership deed, and that will be the guiding document. You will not consult any other law. How you want to manage, sole proprietorship, there is no document at all, because you are responsible for everything. I will not have any agreement or something like that. If you take a room on rent or something like that, only lease agreement you will enter into. Other than that, you will not have any other role to play in sole proprietorship, because it is such an informal undertaking where formally nothing will be mentioned because no one else is there. But in the next step, what I'm talking in case of partnership firm, it will become little more formal when compared to sole proprietorship. But still it is coming under informal enterprises itself. Because for partnership deed, you are not going and getting approval somewhere, because you are free to write whatever you want in the partnership deed within the framework of the law. How to manage the enterprise, who will be the active partners, who will be passive partners, everything will be specifically provided in the partnership deed itself, and that is how it will be managed. If in future something goes wrong, then if you want to go to the court of law, then partnership deed will become the primary document. Once the partnership deed is signed, it has to be printed on the stamp paper based on how much contribution. There is Karnataka Stamp Act, in which there is a schedule. According to that, we have to pay the stamp duty. And then that partnership will come into existence once the partnership deed is signed. The next step is an option. Whether you want, you can get it registered with the sub-registrar office. Otherwise, unregistered partnership firms are also valid. So registration is an option in case of partnership firms. So if a partnership firm has to be registered, then we have to consult the nearest sub-registrar office, where we will get this particular land documents and all registered. If somebody wants to sell the house or something like that, then or purchasing a site, then we will go to sub-registrar office. That is where even partnership deed also will be registered. This will become little more formal. Now, in the name of the partnership firm itself, the income tax department will allot the PAN. In case of sole proprietorship, in the name of the proprietor, permanent account number will be given. But in case of partnership firm, it will be given, the PAN will be given in the name of the partnership firm itself. Now, once the PAN is allotted to the partnership firm, then you can open a current account in the name of the partnership firm itself. So when you are opening a partnership firm, if all these things are done, then the entire business of the partnership firm can be carried out, and whatever receipts and payments related to that particular partnership firm can be managed through that particular account itself. Depending on how much turnover you make, every year you have to do the income tax filings, the tax related payments has to be done. And then if you are falling under the GST rider, then GST related compliances will come into picture. This is how the partnership will run. So sole proprietorship, partnership, I think I have given a brief idea. Now, after partnership firm and sole proprietorship firm, there is one more category of which is not very popular among the entrepreneurs into startup kind of activities, that is related to innovation and all. Just for the information, there are many students who have, basically like participating this particular session. There are two types of societies. One is societies under Societies Registration Act, and you have multi-state cooperative societies. You people might have seen so many cooperative banks. Tumkur Grain Merchants Bank, like that. There are many banks which will run on the multi-state cooperative society model. Like, there will be many members, they will come forward, they will set up their own entity related to doing finance related activities. The same way you have agricultural cooperative societies. I think you people are aware about it. Majority of you might be related to some agriculture related activities also. Why? Because cooperative societies are very, very popular in the field of agriculture. Under Cooperative Societies Act and even under the Societies Registration Act. So minimum 7 members are required for starting a society. You have district registrar of societies. Every district has an office. There I should follow all the procedure relating to getting a license to start a society. Take for example, if you want to bring all the farmers together, because in India, the major problem is, you all know, population is high, the land holding is less. If you compare it with United States and Australia, in India, the land holding is very, very less. If you see Australia and America, in all these places, you have vast amount of land available. Agriculture can be conducted in a very vast scale. That's why productizing that particular cultivation or productizing is possible there. If you visit Australia or America or wherever, every agricultural product is available as a packaged commodity itself. Like how we sell here in case of the fruits and vegetable markets are in India without package, like how much ever quantity you want, you can buy, where farmers can also come and sit and sell. There, everything is like a factory model, wherein, everything will get up productizing and then, packaging, everything will happen. That uniform quality is possible because the land is huge. But here, to bring all farmers together, we can form a cooperative society. Through that cooperative societies, we can have lot of farmers coming together. They all can grow according to the instruction of that particular society. Society can give them fertilizers. Society can help them with fertilizers. Society can help them with research and development related to agriculture. Equipments can be shared, marketing can be done, minimum support price can be bargained. Like that, this agricultural cooperative societies can play, if it is very successful, they can play a very important role. The same way under Companies Act also, I will explain, there is an organization called FPOs, that is farmer producer companies or farmer producer organizations. Either you can form it as a society at a state level, or at the central government level, if you want to take the license, they are called as farmer producer organizations. Kindly note, this is basically to benefit the agricultural sector. These societies are there. Kindly note, the main problem is, if the people are together and then they are running good and then like-minded people join hands, then societies, farmer producer organization will be a success. But if you see in India, everything is politics. Like in a village, if you take up 10 families will be supporting one party, other 10 families will be supporting another. So the people will not come together. That is the biggest problem. So if agricultural society has to be a success, like-minded people has to join hands so that there are a lot of benefits that can be reaped. Okay, this is one example which I wanted to give. Then fourth type of informal enterprises, which basically like it is talking about is very important. Fourth type is it is non-profit enterprises, because there are so many people nowadays. I think you people might have heard related to ESG, that is, environment, sustainability and governance. It is lot of noise it is making, because if we want to have there is something called Sustainable Development Goals 2030, which has come in. In order to meet the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030, we need to ensure that today ecology is protected, agriculture becomes very, futuristic, sustainable, and then, whatever that we are manufacturing, we should have sustainable products. Corporate social responsibility also is one of the important ways in which we can achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Through corporate social responsibility plans, through corporate social responsibility action plans, any company which is already in existence, they can contribute towards the Sustainable Development Goals. That is one of the important things. So how it can do it? Kindly note, trusts you people might have heard, because there are various trusts. Lot of researches are going to happen. I have seen so many colleges are actually under trust itself. Like you want to take up Tumkur Siddhaganga, or it might be JSS, or it might be any big institutions within the state of Karnataka. I'm just taking the example. Every educational institution and its research wing. There are so many environmental sustainability research centers, community development centers, everything are set up in the form of a trust. A trust is a not-for-profit enterprise. If you are doing it for the benefit of the society. So it is a not-for-profit entity. Whatever donations comes, that should be used for the research-related activity or for what purpose that particular trust is set up. If any one of you are interested in informal enterprises and then setting up of research lab in the form of a trust where you don't have any, basically like commercial intent. Commercial intent in the sense, take for example, there is a group of scientists who come together, they set up a trust. In that, what they will tell is like, we are the people who have invented a new technology, and that technology will be registered as patent in the name of the trust. Whatever royalty the trust earns out of that particular assignment of the patent, the commercial advantage of the patent, what I'm talking about, that has to go to this particular purpose. It has to go to these beneficiaries. Like that, the group of scientists can come forward and they can form the trust. That option is also available. And many entrepreneurs are there whose business might be doing really good. You would have already doing companies. And then you have some CSR program wherein, minimum 2% of the average net profits of the preceding 3 financial years has to be spent for the CSR activity. How you can implement the CSR activity? by way of formation of a trust. So to form a trust also, you have registered trust, unregistered trust. Registration is not a mandate. You can form a trust deed. How partnership firm comes to an existence by way of entering into a partnership deed, the same way trust will come into existence by way of entering into a trust deed. Managing the trust will come basically like under the formalities. Managing the trust will be guided by the trust deed itself. So trust deed will become a very important document. Okay. So now briefly, I have spoken about all this. I think pretty much whatever which I wanted to talk about on these four type of informal enterprises I have mentioned. Now we need to understand what are the advantages and disadvantages, that is pros and cons relating to these informal enterprises. That is very important. One of the most advantage or the biggest advantage of these informal enterprises are formation and closure is easy. Formation and closure is very easy. Whatever name you want, you can keep, because there is no necessity to apply for name and then search whether similar names are available. That doesn't mean that, already an established brand is there, same name you can keep. Because that is opposed to the public policy, because already there is an established brand available. But formation and closure is very easy when compared to other formal sector enterprises. That is one of the important advantage of this informal enterprises. At the early stage, I will get into it in the next slide after discussing about the companies. What are the guiding factors to choose which type of entity you want? There I will discuss this in detail. First, keep in mind that formation and closure is easy. That is the biggest advantage of this informal enterprises. But when it comes to the disadvantages or cons, kindly note, if you are a formal enterprise, the entity, what you form, because if you want to start a company or limited liability partnership, we will follow a process called incorporation. You will get a certificate of incorporation once that particular company gets formed or a limited liability partnership gets formed. So once you get the certificate of incorporation, that will be treated as a separate entity in the eyes of law. It will become a person legally capable of entering into contract on its own. Company will be, for all the purposes, as per the provisions of law, it will become a person. So legally, it can sign any contract. It can file case against anyone. Someone can file case against that particular company. Company can fight a case. Of course, there will be authorized representatives. So what happens in case of separate legal entity is, if you start that particular entity, that is, I'm talking about the formal enterprises or company form of organization, that acts as a shelter between the promoters and the outsiders. Take, for example, a company has taken a loan. 6 months it has paid the loan, 7th month it is not able to pay. 8th month not able to pay, 9th month also they are not able to pay. Now the bank wants to send a notice. Notice will be sent to the company because company is the borrower. Directly the notice will not come to the director or the promoter behind. But what happens in case of sole proprietorship, partnership firm or society, what I'm talking about? Society and trusts, I think we can exclude it for the purpose of this separate entity and limited liability concept. In case of sole proprietorship and partnership firm, the neck of the partners or the sole proprietorship will be directly catch hold. You will not get that particular corporate personality status in between. So, surpass the company and directly they cannot catch hold of promoters in case of companies. But in case of this informal enterprises, that separate legal entity status is not available. Why? Because sole proprietorship and proprietor are not different. They are one and the same. In the name of sole proprietorship, you cannot file a case. In the name of the sole proprietor itself, the case has to be filed. The same way, partners and partnership firm are not different. Equally responsible. Partners cannot, run away from the liability or responsibility if somebody wants to sue you. That separate entity and limited liability, these two advantages are not available in case of this informal enterprises. Whereas in case of the next form of enterprise, which I am talking about, that is in case of limited liability partnerships, as well as company form of organization, we have this advantage of limited liability and separate entity or legal entity concept. That will be acting as a protective shield to the entrepreneur. If you want that protective shield, if you don't want to be directly catch hold of, if your assets should not be personally, take for example, you have given company's property as collateral security, as well as you have given your property as collateral security for a loan. Please note, in case of limited liability partnership or companies, first banks has to come to the company, exhaust all its resources, and then only they can catch hold of you. Directly, they cannot come and sue you for recovery of that particular borrowed money or whatever if something goes wrong. This is the protective shelter which is available in case of this formal enterprises. So formal enterprises example, what I'm giving is the limited liability partnerships and company form of organization. That is the biggest advantage in case of LLPs and company, and disadvantage for informal form of organizations. I think I made it very clear. Now, moving on to the next important type of entity, which is falling under the formal, basically like enterprise. This limited liability partnerships came into existence. Like this is a new law, 2008 it came, and it is a new form of an enterprise which came in, wherein in US it was there, in Singapore it was there. They are calling it LLC, limited liability companies, LLC they used to call. But here we wanted something between, somewhere between. It is not a partnership firm, but not a private limited company also. Somewhere in between, we wanted a formal enterprise. That's why this limited liability partnership was introduced. So minimum 2 partners are required to start a limited liability partnership, and 2 designated partners. Please note, designated partners are like managing the day-to-day affairs of the limited liability partnership. That is their role. So if they want to manage the limited liability partnerships, minimum 2 designated partners are required. Take for example, there are 2 companies which wants to form a limited liability partnership. Then they can appoint 2 individuals as designated partners who will manage the show. It is like investors and managers. People who put the money, they are called as partners. People who manage the day-to-day affairs of the company, of the firm, they are called as designated partners. Like in case of company, you have shareholders who are going to put the money, board of directors who is going to manage the affairs of the company. The same way in case of limited liability partnership, you have this 2 partners minimum required. They will be investors or 2 designated partners who will manage the day-to-day show. These 2 can be same. That means 2 individuals, if they put the money as well as they want to manage the show, then they can be partners as well as designated partners. That is allowed as per the provisions of law. So as I told you, it is somewhere between the partnership firm and private limited company. And please note, it is coming under the jurisdiction of Ministry of Corporate Affairs. So you need to follow the process of incorporation under Ministry of Corporate Affairs portal. Then only the limited liability partnership will come into existence. First, we should search for name. Once the name is available, then we can start the process of incorporation. And once you get the certificate of incorporation, the third important stage is to submit the partnership or the limited liability partnership agreement. So in limited liability partnership agreement, we will have all the conditions with respect to the regular day-to-day management of the affairs of the limited liability partnership. As the name itself signifies, one of the biggest advantages is limited liability. That is not available in case of normal partnership firms, which I discussed in my previous slide. In my normal partnership firm, partners and partnership firm are no different. They are one and the same. If partnership firm has taken the loan, if partnership firm's income is not sufficient to repay the loan, then partners has to pay it from their pocket. Whereas when it comes to limited liability partnership, it is the responsibility of the partnership firm. The partner's liability is limited to the extent of what defined in the LLP partnership deed. I should limit my liability there, stating that my liability shall not exceed the contribution that I have made, or this particular number, like you will mention it in the agreement, my liability at any point in time shall not exceed 50 lakh rupees. Like that, if you mention, if something goes wrong with the limited liability partnership, your liability will become limited to 50 lakh rupees. Why? Because you have mentioned it in the LLP agreement, and that is deposited with the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. That is the biggest advantage, pros of setting up a limited liability partnership. One more advantage is you get the status of this separate legal entity. Limited liability partnership can enter into contract on its own. They can file a case against someone on its own because it is treated as a person, as a legal entity. And partners have limited liability. And thirdly, the regulatory compliances are limited. Limited in the sense like yearly once if you file annual return and financial statements, that will be more than sufficient. Form 8 and Form 11, like the two forms are there. That if you file, the fees is only 50 rupees. And that is what has to be reported to the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Of course, now they are bringing in additional compliances also. But compared to company form of organization, the limited liability partnerships, basically like the compliances are limited. That is one of the important advantage. Cons is like, it is like a process of incorporation has to be followed. It is very formal. Just like that, today you cannot start and tomorrow you cannot close. For formation as well as closure, there is a regulatory procedure which is required to be followed because you will be falling under the radar of Ministry of Corporate Affairs. That is central government. That's why I've put at the end falls under wider regulatory radar so that you are exposed. Partnership firms, sole proprietorship and all, they will not expose it to the country level. It will be only at the state level. Whereas the moment you come under the Ministry of Corporate Affairs ladder, your data is exposed to the country level, wherein, it will become a sort of public data and you will fall under the bigger regulatory radar, wherein if something goes wrong, you will not be left just like that. If something goes wrong, then definitely there will be penal consequences that is going to follow. Okay. So this is the biggest advantage as well as disadvantage of starting a limited liability partnership. I think I have spoken enough about LLPs. Now we can get into the last type, I think, the most important type of organization in India, that is company form of organization. When it comes to numbers of business entities in India, you have partnerships and sole proprietorships. That is more, because anywhere anyone can start, any business can be started. But which makes a lot of name is related to companies, basically because stock exchanges, all these things, the entry level, if you want to go to the stock exchange and all, you should be a company form of organization. Otherwise, you do not get any entry at all. So there are various types of companies. Please note, even companies are coming under the Ministry of Corporate Affairs itself. You have new types of companies which has come in. One-person company. Like, you want to form a company, you want to have all the advantages of forming a company, that is limited liability and all that. Still, you don't want to involve anyone. That means I don't want any investors. I don't want any other shareholders. I don't want any board member. I want to be completely on my own, alone. Because there is one new concept which has come in after introduction of Companies Act of 2013. That is one-person company. OPC, it is called. Who can open an OPC? He should be a citizen as well as resident in India. An individual who is citizen as well as resident of India, they can start a one-person company. and no one else can start a OPC. And there should be a nominee to the one-person company, and that nominee also should be a citizen as well as resident in India. So only one shareholder, he is the fellow who is going to put the entire capital, and whatever profits he will enjoy. If he wants, he can have any number of board of directors to manage the company, but only one person should be there as a shareholder. That is the concept of OPC. You don't want to trust anyone. I want to be completely on my own. Still, I want to have the status of a company. Correct? Then you can choose this, that is OPC. Next comes, you have private company. Private company means you have, wherein public investors are not there. You have friends and relatives, known people who have invested in your company. Maximum number of shareholders cannot exceed 200 in case of private limited company. Minimum is 2. Minimum 2 directors are required to start a private limited company. You get a status of a private limited company, small company. Small company status you will get, provided your paid up capital does not exceed 4 crore or the turnover does not exceed 40 crore. If you are falling under this, then you will be given the status as a small company. If you are given a status of a small company, there are many advantages. Like, there are certain compliances that will come down. Fees will be less on filing fees, whatever that you are going to pay. And compliances wise, there are a lot of exemptions which were given to small companies. So this private company is a very popular form of organization today. Around 20 lakh companies are active in India as on date, looking at the statistics released from the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. I think 19 lakhs are private limited companies. Only 1 lakh companies are public, and that too around 10 to 15,000 are listed companies out of that, public companies. So this is the statistics in front of you. So private company is the most popular form of entity in India today under formal sector. Next comes the public company. Public company means minimum 7 shareholders, maximum unlimited. They can seek funds from the public. They can go to the stock exchange. They can do initial public offer. They can raise funds. They can do follow-on public offer. Anything related to, they can seek funds from general public by way of issue of shares or any securities for that matter. That is not allowed in case of a private limited company. In case of public company, it is allowed. That is the difference between a private and public. Okay. I think I have spoken about farmer producer companies because it is related to agricultural activities and like farmer cooperative societies. Even this farmer producer companies are also becoming very, very popular. I think, even NABARD is also supporting by way of a lot of funds. They are giving money to start farmer producer companies. The costs associated with incorporation of farmer producer companies is being really given. Like that, they want to popularize this concept. One more type of company is there. It is called Section 8 company. That is companies registered under Section 8 of Companies Act of 2013. They will not add the word private limited or limited at the end because they are also not for profit entities. They are substitute to trusts which will do charitable activities. Even like, scientists or whoever, they want to set up research laboratory on a, basically like research laboratories or whatever, or incubation centers like how you have GKVK, Agri Innovation Center, Bangalore Bio Innovation Center. Majority of the incubation centers in India are Section 8 companies, which is into giving lot of boost to the entrepreneurs and whatever. If anybody interested in doing societal helps or, get into government schemes for startups and all that stuff, then Section 8 company is good. Then you have Nidhi company, just for your information, that is called a self-help group, like within the community or, within a village or in a street, minimum 1,000 members has to come forward. 100 rupees each people will put, they will become members and they will do the activity of saving. That's all. Recurring deposits, fixed deposits, gold purchase schemes, gold lockers, and then gold loans, like that. Anything related to promoting thriving savings habit among the members. That is a Nidhi company. Then you have NBFCs, many examples. Today's NBFCs has created development of cities, I should say. Because you have Bajaj Finserv, Tata Capital, Manappuram Finance, Muthoot Mini, Muthoot Finance, like that. There are so many financial companies. They're giving loan to every sector of the society. They are into giving loans, doing the business of financial services. So because of that, there is a lot of improvement everywhere, like they are able to do some economic activity. So non-banking financial company is into finance related activity. That means giving loan. And then they will raise money through capital, or that is the business. They will end up in gold loan, collateral free, microfinance, like that. That is the activity. They will be coming under Companies Act as well as Reserve Bank of India regulations. Okay. So these are the options available in India. Okay. I have, in the limited time, I have spoken about company, limited liability partnerships, sole proprietorships, partnership firms, society, trusts, with advantages and disadvantages I have spoken about. So if you look at, two more slides are there that is related to the pros and cons related to a company. I think the same thing what I'm talking about is, when it comes to formation of a company, you have to follow through an incorporation process because it is a formal enterprise. Formation and closure is not very easy. Of course, nowadays there is ease of doing business. They are propagating, and then of course they have brought lot of measures. Since the name should be unique, it should not be uniform. You should be very creative enough at the time of name availability stage itself. Because while coining name for your company, it should not be similar to a registered trademark. It should not be similar to any of other existing entities. But advantage is, company will act as a shelter between entrepreneur and outsiders. If somebody wants to file a case, first they will file against the company and then only you will come. You will not be directly exposed. If you want a shelter in between you and the outside world, then company form of organization is better. Limited liability. But if you want to have that advantage, compliances are higher, penal consequences are higher, there is more accountability because there are a lot of filings which are required to be done on a yearly basis. You have to do it on keeping a compliance calendar in place. January you have to do this, February you have to do, December you have to do this, September you have to do this, like this. We have to keep a checklist and follow. There should be a compliance calendar, I should say. Flexibility also is not very much available. Take for example, in case of sole proprietorship and partnership firm, there will be business funds that they will use it for personal purposes. Personal funds, they will use it for business purposes. Current account, they will be operating as if it is their savings bank account. That flexibility is not available when it comes to limited liability partnership and company form of organization, because it is more formal, more accountability and more compliances, and formation and closure is not easy. That's why company form of organization's biggest disadvantage is this. Of course, formation is not that difficult of closure. Formation can be made easily. But closure, depending on what stage of the business are, the procedures will differ. So closure of a company is a tough decision. Okay. These are the important disadvantages of company form of organization. Now we have come to the most important topic. That is, by concluding, I want to talk about this. That is, what are the guiding factors for you to choose the right entity? Because I have given you 10 options. If you are interested, you do sole proprietorship or partnership, limited liability partnership. In company itself, you have various types of companies. How do I choose which entity is the right choice for me? It definitely depends on what stage of business you are into. Correct? Say your entry level, I have seen so many college goers coming in like engineering 5th semester. They will walk into our office and they say, I want to start a company. I want to register a startup. Nowadays, that has become a buzzword. I'm running a startup. Startup is something that status you will get it through DPIIT registration. That is Department of Internal Trade and Industrial Policy. So there is a portal, Karnataka Startup, as well as central government startup schemes are there. Even partnership firms, limited liability partnerships and companies are eligible to make an application and claim the status of a partnership. What is that? A startup. But what stuff you have, what business you are into, what research you have done, at what stage you are. So if your ideas are concrete enough, then only you get into the company and other formal organization. Because formation, running a company, and then, as I told you, you can easily start it today, but closure is not very easy. You have to wait for 2 years, 3 years. Till then, every year you have to do annual filings. There are costs associated to that. Irrespective of whether you do turnover or not, you have to appoint an auditor. Statutory audit is mandatory. Whereas in case of sole proprietorship, partnership firm and all, if you do 40 lakhs turnover, then only you have compulsory audit. Otherwise, audit is not applicable. If you do 9 lakhs turnover, then only GST. Otherwise, GST is not applicable. So what stage of business you are plays a very important role. Whether your business will become successful, whether you have a commercially viable product, whether you have a industry go product readily available with you, or you have the set of investors lined up who want to support you, start a company, I will put money. Then you should decide. That's very, very important. At what stage of business you are into. The second one, do you wish to avail government any? Do you wish to avail any government benefits? That is also very important. If you want to avail any government benefits, each circular will give you separate conditions. Like you have Startup India Seed Fund Scheme. Who can apply? Like that, guidelines are available. There it may say you have to be a registered partnership firm, or you should be a proprietor, or you should be a company. Then only you will get funding. Otherwise, you won't get. As I told you, sole proprietorship cannot be registered as a startup. Minimum, you should be a partnership firm or limited liability partnership or a company. Then only you will get the status as a startup. So whether you want to claim the benefit, that is also one of the guiding factor. How the funding arrangements are made. Whether you are self-sufficient with your funds, you are not dependent on any external funding, then go for partnership. Enough. Because it is your own money, you will experiment it out of it. If you are looking at outside funding, that is private equity, venture capital funding, then definitely they will insist on company form of organization itself. They won't invest in partnership firm because it is informal enterprise where liability is unlimited. Please note, an outside investor will not invest in an entity which is having unlimited liability. They will look at investing in only entities which is having limited liability. So if you are interested in pre-PE investment and VC funding, definitely you have to look at either limited liability partnership or company form of organization. Then what is your growth scale? That is most important. That means, everybody will have their budgetary plans and it will not go according to the budget. It will not go according to the plans. There will be always hiccups. Products will fail. Product will be a success. We should pilferage many things. And then we should come to the conclusion, okay, until I grow to this particular level, let me continue up in the partnership firm itself. So if I achieve this particular target and everything instrumentalizes according to the plan, then I can go for a company, because easily you can convert a partnership firm into LLP, or a partnership firm can be converted into a company. A limited liability partnership can be converted into a company. From company, you can come back to a limited liability partnership. Kindly note, all these options are available. If you feel this is too early for me to get into a company level of organization, please stay at the informal stage itself. That is proprietorship or partnership firm. When you reach a certain level, then you can, as it is, convert it into that company or LLP, whatever you want. That flexibility and option is available as per the Companies Act as well as Limited Liability Partnership Act also. You can have the yardstick according to the scale of growth or scale of operations. Based on that, you can put a goal to yourselves. And seriousness and financial appetite is very important. This I wanted to put it very clearly. College students, I have seen in early stages, like because they are not exposed to the world, they will having lot of dreams. I suggest please work 1 or 2 years in some entities and then you can get into startups or whatever. Without seriousness, if you start a company later on, if you don't close it or something, it will become a big burden on you. I have seen a person who was into 5th semester of engineering. We only incorporated a company for him. He did not even bring in the investment because suddenly he changed his mind. After that, he wanted to go for MS studies in US. Now, visa immigration process, there they identified there is this particular person's director identification number, because if a person becoming a director in a company, he will be allotted a director identification number. If that director identification number becomes deactivated because he has not done any compliances, that will be a mapping on the company's visa process, any country's visa process. And it was put under black mark. Even though he got a seat in US entity, he did not get visa to go there. That difficult it will become. Seriousness. Because majority of your students, I understand, that's why I made this particular point. So please be mindful of it. And how much money you have. That is what financial appetite I'm talking about. How much loan you can take? What is your appetite? This is what, like, take for example, if I take 25 lakhs loan, then I'm comfortable. I have assets to that extent. If something goes wrong also, my personal life is not going to get affected. Ensure that your personal life is very good. Don't do the business in such a way it affects personal life also at an entry level. Of course, we have to take risk. So the risk has to be a calculated one. That is what I mean to say. Keep bigger dreams. Becoming IPO and then initial public offer and becoming a unicorn are just steps away. But choosing the right kind of enterprise at the beginning level, keeping yourself a target when I want to convert into a bigger enterprise and when I should take the decision of going for IPO, all that, please take the support from experts and then you can proceed further so that no one will fail in the business. Okay, so these are the guiding factors to choose the right entity. I think I'm already passing my time of by 5 minutes. This is the last slide that is related to what are the legal compliances for regular conduct of a business. Kindly note here, too much I will not be able to explain. Why? Because it depends on what entity you choose. If you choose a sole proprietorship, it is simple. If you choose a company, it is little difficult. But what you should ensure is the moment you start an entity, ensure that you collect a checklist which talks about on a yearly basis mandatory things what I have to do. Irrespective of, nothing is going to happen. Like you should not miss those things, like annual returns, income tax filings. All these things are must. If you do it on time, it will be only 50 rupees. I will give you an example in case of LLPs and companies. Filing the annual return form is only 50 rupees and 300 rupees. But if you don't file it on time, the fine is every day 100 rupees until you file. Like that, the meter starts running. So ensure that you keep the deadline with you and then file it on time so that you can, the cost of compliances will be very less. Otherwise, the cost of compliances will be at a higher end. Is it clear? Even closure decisions has to be taken at a right time. If you think that my business is not going to be successful, don't keep any sentiment. Please file it because you can restart anytime. If you keep that sentiment and then without doing business, if you want to keep a company or limited liability partnerships, it will become a burden and it will be expensive. Okay. So with this, I have given you all the glimpses of the entire life cycle of any business entity for that matter at a limited time frame available. Thank you very much. I think I will not be able to take up any questions. Madam CEO, Madam.
Yeah, you can take few questions, sir.
Yeah. So now the floor is open for questions and then we can conclude. So
you can put it,
in the chat
participants, you
box.
can put it in the chat box, or else if you can raise your hand, I can unmute you.
Yeah.
हेलो।
Yeah,
हाँ सर, नमस्कार।
namaskar.
मैं शालिग्राम सोनी बोल रहा हूँ।
Yes,
सर,
sir.
मैंने एक प्रपोजल बनाया हुआ है, सूर्य प्रसादम एक सामाजिक उद्यम जन अभियान, और इसके अंतर्गत सोलर कुकिंग और ड्राइंग को व्यापक पैमाने पर विस्तारित करने के लिए योजना है। परंतु मैंने अभी तक इसको रजिस्ट्रेशन नहीं कराया है किसी भी रूप में।
Okay.
और मेरा उद्देश्य आर्थिक लाभ नहीं है, व्यापक स्तर पर सोलर कुकिंग और सोलर ड्राइंग बढ़े, इस उद्देश्य से मैं इसको एनजीओ के साथ मिलकर, सीएसआर कंपनीज के साथ मिलकर या गवर्नमेंट के साथ मिलकर हर घर में कैसे सोलर कुकर पहुंचे, इस उद्देश्य पर काम करना चाहता हूं। तो इस पे किस स्वरूप में रजिस्ट्रेशन कराना ठीक रहेगा आपके हिसाब से?
रजिस्ट्रेशन करना चाहिए लेकिन आप सीएसआर फंड्स मांग रहे हैं ना कंपनी से, और सीएसआर फंड्स आपको चाहिए, वो फंड्स यूज करके आपको पहुंचाना है ना वो सोलर
स्टार्टअप के रूप में भी।
स्टार्टअप के रूप में क्या होगा, आपको ट्रस्ट ओपन करो और CSR1 रजिस्ट्रेशन करके आपको CSR फंड्स भी आएगा, और वो फंड्स यूज करके आपने सोलर कुकर क्या सोलर फ्यूल वॉट एवर आपने इंप्लीमेंट कर सकते हैं। और ट्रस्ट के रूप में आपके रजिस्ट्रेशन है तो CSR1 रजिस्ट्रेशन भी चाहिए आपको CSR फंड्स यूटिलाइज करने के लिए।
थैंक यू सर।
या
Hello,
यस सर।
sir. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can hear it. Is Shiv Kumar?
Yeah,
No?
yeah, yes, yes, sir.
Yes, doctor.
Sir, myself, yeah, Shiv Kumar.
Yeah.
Sir, actually, I have some 2-3 questions.
Huh.
So your talk was very interesting, and this is for the first time I heard like about this legal compliances so simply. Thank you so much, sir. You explained it very nicely, and it was very simple.
Thank you. It's motivating.
Thank you so much, sir. Sir, does this registered partnership firm is a legal? Can we call it as a legal entity since it's a registered one?
No.
You can't call it as.
After formation, you will get it registered. That's all. It is like you will enter into a sale deed and then register it at a sub-register office. The same
Yes,
way
yes,
you
sir.
will first enter into a partnership deed and register it with
Yes.
sub-registrar. So that will not become a legal entity.
We can't even call it as company, right?
It is not a company. It is just a partnership firm.
Yes.
And you will not get separate entity status.
Yes. But most of the like funding agencies, they consider a registered partnership firm as a valid, even in a startup
Yeah,
ecosystem.
because they have given that flexibility, because you would have registered it with the sub-registrar, right? They have
Yes, yes.
given the option under DPIIT also, either a registered partnership or LLP or a company are eligible to make an application to become a startup.
Yes, sir.
But
Sir,
PEVC funding, they will not consider partnership firms. They won't give funds at all if it is partnership firm. Government grants and all they will give.
they will give. Sir, but CSR funds?
CSR funds to the partnership firm, they will not give.
They don't give.
Because a partnership firm, what happens, whether you want to become an implementation agency, that is most important. Like, you know, you are a partnership firm into the CSR fund should be for a social cause. Now, if you are set up a partnership firm and then for your research activity, say agriculture research activity
Yes.
you're doing, let us presume, then
Yes,
you,
sir.
as a beneficiary, you can take the CSR fund. That means they are giving you some support from NGO or from company you can take. But partnership firm cannot file CSR1. CSR1 is something which is about the regulatory compliances that you are eligible to receive the CSR fund. But you can be a beneficiary, not an issue.
Beneficiary.
From NGO, you can collect the money.
Okay. Okay, sir. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah. And one more, I think, can a FPO be listed in stock exchange? There is one question in, I think, Subhashis Sahu.
Yes, can FPO be listed in the social stock exchange and
social
raise
stock
funds?
exchange and raise funds? No, because FPO is not into a FPO is not NGO. Section 8 company trust can go to social stock exchange and raise funds. FPO cannot fund in social stock exchange because FPO is not NGO. That is what is the NGOs can go and raise in social stock exchange. Yeah.
Ms. Rashmi, Dr. Rashmi, you can ask your question.
Hello, sir. I have a question. If my company is startup recognized by
Yeah.
DPIIT,
Yeah.
and we have a benefit that for continuous 3 years we can get tax benefit or the GST benefit, right? So, what is the procedure to get that one?
No, basically
If
like without like this input credit, you will, depending on the scheme that you are falling under, okay, for GST benefits, whatever it is. See, there are two types of schemes available under for startup benefits. One is, a duty credit. That means first you have to pay and then later on you get reimbursement, or upfront exemption itself you will have, for which you have to register under GST portal. I think you have to consult your auditor so that they will help you with respect to how you can claim the procedure related to exemption. It depends on which type of business you are doing, whether you get credit facility or upfront exemption. Based on that, I think specific advice has to be given on this topic.
Okay, if it is a service based, like I am a phytosanitary service provider, so in this case, what I'll be getting, sir? Upfront
I think
exemption
upfront
or
exemption you will get. You need not charge the GST. That you have to,
okay.
Basically like when the query comes to the department, you have to show the startup thing. The relevant circular also you should have. I think there is an intimation that has to go to the GST office.
Okay, this has to be done in GST website.
GST portal, I think you have to, get in touch with your consultant. He will be able to.
Okay. Okay, because most of them, they don't know about this. I had given them my startup certificate, which I got from the government, and they were telling, we don't know what benefit you get for that 3 years and all exemption
Consult
from
a
the
chartered
tax and all.
accountant who will be specialized in this practice, so that they will be
Okay,
able to
maybe
help you.
company secretaries, they'll be knowing this, sir.
Company secretaries and chartered accountants who have this startup related experience,
Okay.
they will be able
Okay.
to guide you better. Normal auditors and tax consultants, they will not have idea.
Yes, true, sir. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, thank you, sir.
I think we'll take one more question. Abhinav, you can share your question.
Yes, sir. Sir, I want to ask that how an sole proprietorship can be converted into one-person company.
See, sole proprietorship, what happens is like we will start a one-person company first, and that one-person company will take over the business of sole proprietorship. That is the procedure that will be followed for conversion of a sole proprietorship. Because sole proprietorship is not a legal entity, right? So the business will be there. The same business, you can transfer it in the name of a newly formed one-person company. That is the procedure that will be followed.
I think Abhishek sir has answered all your questions. If you have any questions, you can put it on chat box. I'll forward it to Abhishek sir and then we'll share the answers.
Yeah.
Is it okay?
Fine, definitely fine.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the informative session. Even if the startups have good innovation idea, they can start their business, but legal aspects is very crucial in every business.
Yeah.
So I hope startups are aspiring entrepreneurs then catch out of this session. Thank you for the presentation, sir.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity, and all the best to the participants. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We have second session on funding opportunities for startups and students. The speaker is already joined. Mr. Praveen, welcome to the session. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes. Before this proceed with the presentation, we'll have a brief introduction of Mr. Praveen. He is currently the CEO of Atal Incubation Center, Central Coffee Research Institute, Coffee Board of India, which comes under Ministry of Commerce and Industries. He has completed his education in his graduation in BE and MBA in Operation Management, and he is also having more than 10 plus years of experience in startup ecosystem. And he has started his career as assistant manager at Reva Incubation Center, And he also founded a company called Archis Business Solution and co-founded a company called as Live Hive Technologies Private Limited. He also worked as a manager at RKVY Raftar, Krishi Agribusiness Incubator at University of Agricultural Sciences, Dharwad. And he also worked as a manager at Manage Incubation Center. Welcome to the session, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Nandini. Thanks for the brief introduction. I'll load my PPT now.
Yeah.
Hope it is visible.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Fine. So, good morning, everyone. Today, I'm going to discuss about this funding opportunities for startups and students, specifically in the area of Agri Startup ecosystem. So, already my brief introduction has been given by Ms. Nandini. I'll just skip the slide. So now in the earlier session, you had got some understanding about type of entities and how to register, what are the basic compliances, right? So you already have some ideas on your startups, or you are about to generate few ideas on the problem that you have identified. So end of the day, once you want to start your startup operations, you are supposed to require certain resources. It may be in terms of funds, it may be in terms of manpower or any other assets that the startup requires, right? There are different resources which are essential for a startup to run. So now, in today's session, we'll understand about one of those key resources that the startup requires, that is funding. So let us see why funding is required for startups. So here I have shown in a very simple image, right? So you want to set up your own new business and you need funding for that. So why funding is required? You need to cover some expenses related to your startup operations. Now, can somebody tell me what are some of those expenses that a startup can incur? You can unmute yourself or you can put it in the chat box. So what are some of those operations where startup require funds?
Capital
Okay, I can see.
expenses, land
Yeah,
purchase, infrastructure,
okay, okay. What else apart from this?
manpower.
Yeah, working capital. That. Yes, you need to purchase machinery. Good. Yeah. So there are different purposes why startup require funding. So let us see in the next slide. So as somebody rightly pointed out, so you need funding for covering your day-to-day expenses. We call it as a working capital. And as a startup, you will be working on innovative product development or service development. So you need funds for that. And you cannot directly just come up with a new product. Initially, you're going to produce a few prototypes. You are going to do a trial and error methods and come with few different prototypes. Then you select the best ones, right? So you need to have some funding for that as well. And you also need to procure raw materials and other equipments in order to develop your products or prepare your prototypes. And any startup, like in the earlier session, you got to know that uh, if you register your company as a private limited or a partnership or a LLP, you need to have at least two directors or two partners, right? Apart from that, you are supposed to hire core team members who will do the important works related to product or service development. So you need to hire skilled manpower for that. So you need to pay for them, right? So you need fund for that. And in order to register a company and take care of other regulations and compliances, you need to have empaneled chartered accountants or legal consultants. So you need to pay for them as well. And even registering a company comes at a cost, right? You need to pay for that. Then once your products are ready, so you need to start working on this sales and marketing activities. So you need to have a dedicated budget for that. how much money you want to spend for a marketing campaign, and how many products you want to sell through digital channels or offline channels. So for that, you need to cover certain expenses, right? Then once your product is ready, you need to have certifications or licenses or third-party validation or scientific validations to claim your statements, right? So for that, you need to incur certain costs. So government prescribed charges you are supposed to pay and get the required licenses and certifications. And you cannot just operate from your home. Sometimes your startup may require an assembly unit. You may require to have a dedicated office space, right? So you need to invest on that as well. So these are some of the areas where the startups need to spend money on. So not everybody is fortunate enough to have enough funding from their end to cover all these expenses, right? So can somebody tell me what are the different ways on how these startups can fund their project or fund their company? You can put it in the chat box. How you can raise funds, okay? Debt, okay? Apart from that, okay, venture capitalists, okay? Hope my slides are moving. Nandini, please confirm.
Yes, sir. Various
Okay.
purpose of startups funding.
Yes, great. Yes. So somebody has mentioned investors, ICICI means, yes, loan from banks, savings, personal savings. So you can borrow from others, startup funds. Yeah, good. Angel investor, good. Yes. So there are different ways of raising funds. But even before that, from where you can raise the funds, you need to know what are the different types of funds available. Then you can decide from where to raise these funds, right? So basically, there are four main types of funding. One is bootstrapping. So bootstrapping refers to like the small investment that you do it through your personal savings, or you ask your friends or family, or you can go with the crowdfunding. So there are a lot of crowdfunding platforms available where you can raise funds, right? Or you can go with any of these incubation centers or accelerators, or get access to grants through the startup platforms. And another source is through equity, like you pitch your proposal to investors, basically angel investors or venture capitalist firms or private equity funds. So they take some ownership in your company and they give the funding, or they have some returns on investment strategy, some percentage or something linked to that. Then based on that, they will give you funding depending on the pitch that you give to them about your products or services. Hope you might have seen Shark Tank episodes, so you may be familiar with that. So the last option is debt funding. So you go to banks and apply for loans, or there are other financial institutions where they give exclusive business loans, right? So these are the four types of funding options available for any new startup. So now, can somebody tell me how to choose this funding? What are some of the factors that you consider while applying for funding or while choosing any one of these type of funding? Can somebody tell me what are some of the factors that you consider? Yeah. Okay, scale or aspiration. So based on your business model or your scale up plans, you decide upon from whom to raise fund. Okay, good. Any other answers? Yeah, regarding this criteria for fundraising, how much time, so that I have in my upcoming slides, I'll explain that. Okay, willingness to give up shares. Okay, so let us go to the foundation questions, very basic questions. As a startup, if you want to raise funding, what are some of those questions that comes to your mind? Just think about that and put it in the chat box. Okay, good. Stage of startup. That's the right answer. Anything else apart from this? One is to scale up plan. Second one is a stage of startup. Anything else apart from this? Okay. So you want to explore government schemes. Okay. Okay. So let me tell you what are some of those uh, questions that you are supposed to ask yourself before choosing which type of funding you want to take. So first and foremost, very basic question is how much money do you need as a startup? How much money you require, right? It may be 5 lakhs, 10 lakhs, 50 lakhs, 1 CR, 2 CR. So you need to have that clarity. Just with a pitch deck, you cannot walk into any bank or you can walk into any incubators or meet any investors and ask some random money. You should have some calculation. How much money you require for your startup? Then you should have clarity on what is your business model. Are you going to just develop the product and sell the technology, or you want to develop the innovation and convert that innovation into a innovative product or services, then launch it as a separate brand into the market, or you want to outsource your product development to somebody else, or you will take part of the product development from your end in-house and other part can be given to third party company who will do it for you. Are you going to charge your customers directly as per the say, like number of units that you are selling or the services that you're offering, or you're going to come with some subscription model, or are you willing to give any of your product initially as a free samples, then charge them at a later stage? So there are different business models existing, right? So you need to have clarity on it. What is your business model? Who is your customers? How do you want to make your product or services to reach them? And how do you retain your customers? And what is your revenue model? How much money you can generate in next 6 months, 1 year, right? And what is your timeline? What operations that you want to do in next 6 months, next 1 year, next 2 years? So there should be some milestones that you discuss among your team and come up with proper timelines for each of those milestones. And what are the terms of funding? How do you want the fund to be released? Whether you want it in the form of grant or it in the form of debt or combination of both. Uh, And if some investors wants to fund you, so what is your counter offer for them? Are you going to give shares in your company, or you are going to return the money back to them with some percentage of interest on it? So there should be some clearly defined terms of raising funds. And you should be aware of what are the risks and rewards. So suppose if you take a loan from bank, so you will be aware of how much is the interest rate and what is the EMI and what is the tenure of this loan, by how many years you're supposed to close this loan and how much interest you're going to pay on it, and what are the risk involved if you default EMIs, right? And what are the rewards? What if you pay the loan in advance before the tenure? So how much money you can save and how you can improve your credit score and the credibility of your company, right? There are different risks and rewards involved. So as a startup founder, you should have these questions with you and answers also, right? So somebody asked me like how to raise funds, when to raise funds. So here's a, simple pictorial representation that give clarity on it. So you can see here, the graph has revenue and time, right? Both x-axis and y-axis, you can clearly see it. Revenue versus growth, time, okay? So as a startup, when you start, okay, you will not be having any money, okay? You'll start from zero. Then you're still working on your ideation. Means you have some ideas and you're trying to convert those ideas into a prototype. Then that prototype becomes a minimal viable product. Then it comes as a full-fledged product, a service to the market. So when you're in the ideation phase, so basically, majority of the startups, they go with the self-financing mode. They have some funds readily available with them or within their family or friends. So they start the operations of the startup by using that money, right? Then they create prototype. So during your prototype stage, usually angel investors come into picture because the amount that they invest will be typically ranging anywhere between 10 lakhs to up to 2 crore. So normally, if you take an average, in angel investor invests about 50 lakhs. Okay. Then once your prototype is ready, then you'll be ready for launch of your product to the market. That's where you have this MVP. Then you can start hunting venture capital like companies or any corporate investors. So then there comes Series A, B, C fundings depending on the growth of your startup. So that accelerates your startup operations, right? Then once you start scaling up, then you may have option to enter into mergers or acquisition, or you can get into IPO status. You can start asking public to invest in your company as well. So basically, startups funding, government funding, exclusively for startups, will be in the ideation phase till their MVP development stage. And accelerator funds from other private incubators or private funds, they come during your acceleration or scaling up stage, right? So venture capitalist firms, they invest somewhere between 2 crore to 50 crore or 100 crore. And again, depending on series A, B, C, that amount may go up depending on how you scale up your operations. Okay. So now, can somebody tell me what do you understand about this pre-seed, seed stage, series A, B, C? Can somebody tell me? Now, with this pictorial representation as a background, I believe you understand what is pre-seed, seed stage, series A, B, C, and beyond that. Can somebody type in the chat box? I've already explained in this slide. Okay, let me put my question in a different way. As a, I see a lot of students have also joined today's session. As a student startup, so what is the right kind of funding that you can raise through incubators or any government schemes? Is it pre-seed funding or seed funding? Okay, Shivam, pre-seed stage means ideation, good. Seed stage is for MVP development, good. Any other answers? So many of the educational institutions now, they have this startup incubation center or entrepreneurship development cell within their campus. So they encourage students to come up with innovative projects that can be later converted into startup, right? So now you might have seen some ads or social media post or some LinkedIn post where many incubators are inviting applications from eligible startups or aspiring entrepreneurs for this kind of funding. So usually pre-seed stage funding is basically for people who are in ideation phase, uh, in order to convert their idea into a proof of concept or prototype. The pre-seed stage funding will be given, and it will be between 3 lakh to 10 lakh rupees, not more than that. Whereas for seed stage, this is for registered startups, okay, either in the form of a private limited or LLP or OPC, right? So here the funding will be about 10 lakh rupees, and it can go up to 50 lakhs or 1 crore depending on which scheme you are applying. There are different government schemes where the seed stage funding starts from 20 lakh rupees to 50 lakhs also, and there are a few private incubation centers where they give seed stage funding for startups through the corpus fund that they already have, and that investment can go up to 1 CR. Okay. So I'll just summarize whatever we discussed now in the next slide, which will be easy for you to understand. So consider that you are going to become a big tree, Okay, so if you have to become a big tree, then you need certain resources in different stages. So it starts from pre-seed, even before a seed is put into the ground. So we need to make sure that the ground, okay, is leveled up. It has the required resources, and the soil is correct, and whatever medium that you're using is perfect, and it is available without any disturbance. Means the area needs to support the ecosystem where a plant can grow, right? So that is pre-seed. So you're just having some idea that stage. Seed stage means you started developing something. You already have an MVP now. And Series A, Series B, you can see the growth, right? So now you might have these questions. Yes, sir. Like you said, there are some incubators where students and also registered startups can raise funds. So how many such incubators are there across India, and how many startups have been registered so far, and how many of them have been funded, and what are different government departments who are supporting startups through some financial assistance or mentoring assistance. So in my next slides, we are going to see that. So this is the list of startups. Okay, how many registered startups as per Government of India's records? So we have 1,24,590 startups as on today. Today morning, I took the screenshot from Startup India website. So we have 1,24,590 startups registered in India, and there are about 800 plus mentors who have officially registered themselves in Startup India portal to support and mentor these startups. And there are 1,064 startup incubation centers across India as on today. Okay, and some of these incubators are within the government organization, completely handled by government institutes, and some are under private institutions, and some are uh, completely a different entity. Neither they are in any educational institutions or they are run by government entities. There are separate Section 8 companies who does this startup supporting tasks through their incubator accelerator programs. And as per Startup India portal, there are about 92 investors who have registered themselves to fund startups. Apart from government funding, even investors are willing to invest in the startups. And there are 202 registered accelerators across India. And if you visit this website, I have given the link here. If you visit this website, you can use the filter option and you can select any particular state and see how many incubators are there, how many startups are registered. So that data you'll get. So these are all DPIIT recognized startups. So in the earlier session, somebody was asking how to get this DPIIT registration and all. So there are a lot of YouTube videos available. Okay, easily they will explain how to register yourself as a DPIT register startup, and much before that, you should register yourself into Startup India portal. Right. So now there are so many incubators, so many startups, right? So the different schemes. The biggest challenge for any new startup is which scheme to select, and under which department these schemes come from, and where are these incubators who have these schemes. Not every incubator has all these schemes. So depending on the focus areas the incubators are working, the schemes vary. So if you ask University of Agriculture Science Bangalore, so they have this BIRAC Bionest. So they give funding for startups under BIRAC scheme. And for today's session, even Manage Hyderabad is one of the collaboration partner. So they have Rashtriya Krishi Vikas Yojana Raftar scheme. And I come from Coffee Board. We have Startup India Seed Fund scheme. So there are different schemes available, right? So as a startup, you should know what is the focus area that you're operating on, and which are those government ministries, okay, departments who are supporting these focus areas, and do they have any specific schemes to support innovation and entrepreneurship in those sectors or focus areas, and which are those startup incubators who have these schemes. So you need to do your homework. right? So now information is available everywhere. You can search online, easily you will get it. And Startup India has a separate portal, so all the information is easily made available there. Okay. So here are few departments of Government of India where startup fundings are made available. Apart from these, what I have listed, there are many more departments. Okay, I've just listed only few. So Department of Science and Technology and the Ministry of MSME, Department of Biotechnology, and Ministry of Agriculture, Farmers Welfare, and Niti Aayog and DPIT. So majority of the incubators, if you see, they will be having either one of these ministries supporting them. Okay, so many of the engineering colleges or any technical or science institutions, they have funding support from departments of science and technology. Okay, if it is related to research, okay, maybe something related to agriculture or biotechnology, then they must be having support from Department of Biotechnology in the form of BIRAC. So if it is related to some manufacturing units or any business schools, so Ministry of MSME, they will support them. And all agriculture universities, so they are somewhere connected to this Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare through their RKV project and many other subcomponents and all that. And there are 73 Atal incubation centers across India. And I come from Coffee Board Atal Incubation Center. So we are one of those 73 Atal incubation centers across India, where we are very specific to coffee. Any startup ideas related to coffee sector, we support those startups. In the similar way, DPIT, they have this Startup India Seed Fund scheme. So I'll briefly explain in the upcoming slides. So apart from funding from Government of India, many state governments have also taken initiatives to support startups from the state government budget. So Karnataka was the first state to come up with the startup policy in the year 2016, and they have run successful programs like Elevate Karnataka, and they give funding to innovators and startups up to 50 lakhs grant in aid support. They give, and there are also prize money involved in that. Similarly, many other states like Tamil Nadu, okay, they have the Startup TN. And Kerala Startup Mission is very popular. They're known for their successful cohorts and mentoring support. A lot of startups are emerging from Kerala. Similarly, Telangana government has taken up initiative and they have their own startup policy. And you might have heard about a T Hub, right? T Hub, and they also have biggest prototyping facility in India, right? It's in Hyderabad. And Andhra Pradesh government, they have their own programs and their AP startups. Maharashtra, Orissa, Uttar Pradesh, Goa, and Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh. There are many more states who have their own startup policies. Under that, they have separate registration that the startups are supposed to required to do, and they avail certain benefits in the form of getting funds, getting mentorship, right? Not many more. You can just visit any of, like if you come from any of these states, so just visit the official websites, so you'll get to know. If you already have a startup, then you can register in the similar way how you get DPIT registration number. So state government also give you a separate registration number. So whenever you want to apply for any funding program which are floated by your respective state government, so if you are a registered startup entity within that program, then you will be part of their programs and also avail the required benefits. So now, can somebody tell me, like now, central government is having different schemes and respective state governments have different schemes. So as a student or as a registered startup, what are you supposed to do in order to get these funds? Can somebody tell me in the chat box, what do you want to do? Now, there is support from government and there are many incubation centers across India. As a student or as a startup, what do you want to do? What are your next steps? Yeah. Hope I'm audible. Yeah. Any answers? As a startup, what you want to do? Okay, build a robust business plan, prototype ideas. Good, very good. Okay, you need to test your ideas. Good. What else? What else you are supposed to do as an innovator or as a startup or as a student innovator? Okay, you need to build a team. Okay, good. What else? Pitch deck for funding. Yes, you're supposed to prepare a pitch deck for availing funding. Good. Else, any other answers? Yeah, there are only few who are active and who are responding. What about others? Okay, writing projects to finding agencies. Okay, register the firm and apply for the schemes. Okay. Okay. Innovate on product, service, experience to be delivered. Okay. Make use of those institutions and schemes. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Very good. So now let me summarize this. Okay, strategies to promote on large scale utilization planning. Okay, good, good answers. So here is the summary. What you are supposed to do. You need to uh, first prepare a brief business plan. Okay, so even before you prepare a business plan, you need to have a business model ready. So in order to have a business model ready, you need to have uh, alternative ideas generated for the same problem. Then choose the best alternative. Then create a business model around it. Then they start developing a business plan. So business plan essentially tells that how you want to start your business, how you want to run your business, and what are your business strategies and how much money you require, and with that money what you are going to do, right? That will be a detailed project report. Then by using that, you'll prepare your pitch deck or investor deck. Then you may have your prototype uh, where you can demonstrate that, or you may have some proof of concept that you can explain once the funds are received, how you can utilize those funds to develop the POC. Then clubbing all this, you can prepare a summarized elevator pitch. The pitch essentially should talk about uh, what problem you have identified, what is your proposed solution, and how is it innovative, right? And what is your business model, and how much money you require, and out of the total funds required, how much you are going to invest from your end, and how much you want to raise from banks or any grant in aid support, and for what purpose these funds are going to be utilized, and what is your roadmap for next 6 months or 12 months. Then who is your team, what are their strengths, core responsibilities within the company. So essentially the pitch deck should cover all this within 10 minutes or 15 minutes max. You should be able to explain this to a investor or a banker. Okay, then you should be able to answer their queries, right? So now once your pitch deck is ready, so what is the next step? Directly, can you go and talk to a investor or a venture capitalist or an angel investor? Or directly, can you apply to a funding program? Can you do that? You need something else. There is something else you need to do. Once your pitch deck is ready, you are supposed to do something. What is it? Yeah, can somebody try to answer? Your first draft of proposal, business proposal is ready. Your startup proposal is ready even before you raise your funds. So what are you supposed to do? Whether government will directly give you funds? Yeah, some schemes may give, not every schemes. So even before you raise the funds, okay, you need to get incubated under a startup incubator. That is where they help you to refine your pitch deck, help you to understand the evaluation parameters used by the panelists to review your application. They help you in understanding the different aspects of fundraising. Then they will tell you which is the right kind of fund for the stage of the startup that you are, right? So there are, as I told, there are more than 1,000 plus incubation centers across India. So I'll just name few. Okay. So I worked with Manage Hyderabad earlier. We had this Rashtriya Krishi Vikas Yojana Raftar scheme. So we used to incubate startups who are in ideation phase or who are in MVP stage. And we used to provide financial assistance for them. Now I'm currently part of Atal Incubation Center Coffee Board. So here also we have similar process. So we incubate startups, then help them in raising funds. Apart from this, there are so many other incubation centers. You might have heard some of these names like Pusa Krishi, New Delhi, T Hub in Hyderabad, Deshpande Startups in Hubli, and I am Bangalore. They have this NSRCEL, right? And NABARD, they have the separate consulting services, NAPCons. They also help startups. And Indian School of Business, they have this D Labs. And IIT Bombay, they have Sign Business Incubator. There are many more like this. Many IITs, IIMs, and top educational institutions. They have this incubation centers where they have access to the different funding schemes of government of India or the state government, right? So let us see some of these schemes. I don't want to go in detail about these schemes because each scheme requires at least 1 hour for me to explain in detail. I have given a separate link in my slides where you can go through and understand the scheme details. And there are a lot of incubation centers who already have this scheme. So we'll start with Rashtriya Krishi Vikas Yojana, Raftar scheme. Then, apart from that, we have Startup India Seed Fund scheme, BIRAC, and DST Nidhi, right? So, Rashtriya Krishi Vikas Yojana, Raftar scheme, they give funding for startups who are in a pre-seed level, okay? Up to 5 lakh rupees as a grant in aid. We call it as Agripreneurship Orientation Program, AOP. So up to 5 lakh rupees, you can avail funding in that scheme. And if you already have a product or an MVP, now you want to scale up your operations, then you can avail funding up to 25 lakh rupees in the form of grants. So there are 29 agribusiness incubation centers across India where this scheme is available. And out of these 29 agribusiness incubation centers, 5 incubation centers are designated as knowledge partners and center of excellence. So I was fortunate enough to work in two of those knowledge partners. One was with University of Agriculture Science Dharwad in Karnataka, and one more was with Manage Hyderabad. I worked there. Apart from that, Pusa Krishi in New Delhi, they have this knowledge partner and center of excellence status. And Assam Agriculture University is there, and NIAM in Gujarat, sorry, Rajasthan. NIAM in Rajasthan, Jaipur, they have this center of excellence and knowledge partner status. So there are 29 incubation centers who have this scheme. So if you are in ideation phase, you can apply for 5 lakh rupees grant. And if you already have a product or a prototype, you can apply for 25 lakh rupees grant. And this scheme, each of the incubation centers where they have this scheme, they have their own dedicated websites. So you can visit their website. Some of the incubators have invited applications now for their different cohorts. And some incubators are about to call because every year they have to incubate at least 20 or 25 startups under each category. So depending on the availability of the vacant position within the financial year, so they may go up inviting applications for more than 2 or 3 batches. So under this scheme, the startups will undergo two months of training related to preparing their pitch deck and also DPR preparation. Then they have different levels of screening under which the startups will be shortlisted, and only those eligible startups will receive the funding. So as of today, as per the RKB Raftar official website, so around 315 startups have been selected for funding from different incubators this year. Okay, and more than 800 plus the startups have been trained. And this 2023-24 year alone, around 4,100 lakh rupees has been released in the form of grant in aid, and more than 3,100 startups have been funded. Okay, so this is what the impact has been created just with the Rashtriya Krishi Vikas Yojana Raftar scheme. And the funding agencies, okay, or the incubators, they have their own panel that is constituted in concurrence with the Ministry of Agriculture. So they evaluate your proposal, and in-house mentors will help you to refine your proposal. And there are different parameters on which they evaluate and they give the funding. The funding is up to 25 lakh rupees. So some startup may get entire 25 lakhs and some may get only 15 or only 20. So depending on the evaluation process, depending on how you pitch your startup ideas, the fund may vary, right? Apart from that, we have this Startup India Seed Fund Scheme where you can get seed funding up to 50 lakh rupees. Here they have two components. Either you can take in the form of grant in aid up to 20 lakh rupees, or if you don't want grant, then you can avail debt funding up to 50 lakhs. So they will give you 5 years tenure to repay that 50 lakh rupees debt funding, and there will be 1 year of moratorium period also. So if you visit Startup India Seed Fund Scheme website, I have given the link here also. You will see a separate link is available if you want to apply as a startup. But there is a there are few eligibility criteria. Your startup should be a DPIT registered startup, and it should not be older than 2 years. It should be within 2 years from the date of incorporation. Then only you will be able to get funding under this scheme. So the scheme can be used for, the fund can be used for developing prototype and also scaling up your operations. So there are so many incubation centers who have this scheme. So once you visit this official website, when you want to apply for the funding, so they have an option where they will show you the incubation centers where this scheme is available. So you can choose up to 3 incubation centers where you want to avail this funding, and you can pitch your idea to the committee. Then you will avail funding from any one of those 3 that you have selected for the funding program. So this is how the process of a fund disbursement. Okay, so DPIT will be the nodal department, and they will constitute an expert advisory committee, which includes government officials and industry experts. And they will assist these incubation centers. And incubation centers who want to avail this funding scheme should be at least 2 to 3 years old. Okay, and you are supposed to submit your proposal to avail this scheme from your incubator. Then you will be required to constitute an internal seed fund monitoring committee. Then you are supposed to evaluate the startup proposals that comes directly into the portal. They have a dedicated portal where you submit your application, and the incubator will be notified the moment when they receive the application. So within 45 days, they're supposed to evaluate the application, and they're supposed to uh, give the results whether the startup has been selected for funding or rejected. So everything will be updated in the dashboard in the website of this Startup India Seed Fund Scheme, and it will also be communicated back to the startup. And the startup is required to have a DPIT registered number for their startup, and they are supposed to upload their pitch deck and other company related documents when they submit their application for availing funding. So just to summarize, so it starts with your filling your application. Then once you submit, shortlisting will happen. Then you are supposed to submit additional documents if the startup incubator demands. Then we will be having a incubator seed management committee where you pitch your idea to them. Then if your idea is selected, okay, that will be appearing on your dashboard. Then results will be announced, and before releasing the funds, they will do a due diligence related to your startup operations and all. Then the funds will be released in the form of installments, either 2 installment or 3 installment, depending on the tune of funds that they have recommended for you. Similarly, Biotechnology Industry Research Assistance Council, known as BIRAC, they also have funding for startups in the focus areas that I have listed here: biosimilars, stem cells, agriculture, biomedical. So there are specific focus areas that they have identified. So you can avail grant in aid support up to 50 lakh rupees. Again, within BIRAC, they have different sub schemes like big grant, many other. So depending on which scheme you apply, the funding varies. Tune of the funding varies. I think University of Agriculture Science Bangalore, they have this BIRAC schemes, so they'll be in a better position to give much more clarity on the funding option under this BIRAC scheme. Okay. So now BIRAC has called applications for their big grant, biotechnology ignition grant. Okay, so 31st of this month is the last day to submit your application to avail funding up to 50 lakhs. Okay, so these are some of the focus areas that they have identified, and there are many agriculture universities and other institutions where this funding scheme is there. So if you are in Bangalore, you can visit University of Agriculture Science and get in touch with the team. Or if you're in Hyderabad, NARM is having this, and the CCAM in Bangalore, they have this scheme. So there are many more across India. There are so many centers who have this scheme. So it's better if you visit the incubator and talk to the incubation team personally and try to understand the application procedure and see if your startup idea fits into the focus area that they have, and get the first hand information and assistance from them to complete the DPR. So a few weeks back, C-Camp Bangalore, they did one of their webinar in collaboration with our incubator on this big scheme, and also they are ready to help startups in drafting the DPR. Okay. And you may have a lot of questions, maybe as an incubator, you may have a lot of questions. Okay, or you as a startup founder, you may have a lot of questions. So in order to help you to get your queries resolved, so BIRAC has established this first hub. So all your queries related to your startup application and many other things, they are going to address. So there is a QR code here. You can scan it and get in touch with the concerned officials and try to get your queries resolved. Okay, so this queries are resolved by government representative, industry experts, and incubator heads and all. So they understand what are your problem areas, and they'll try to help you as much as they can before you submit your application for fundings. Okay. Similarly, Department of Science and Technology, they have this Nidhi Prayas scheme. This is exclusively for uh, innovators who are still in ideation phase and who want to develop some prototype for their ideas. So they can avail grant in aid support up to 10 lakh. And there are a lot of incubation centers, especially educational institutions. They have this Nidhi Prayas scheme. So if you are a student, then just check with your own institution whether they have the scheme within your incubator, right? Or you can check with any other nearby institutions. Definitely, they will be having this Nidhi Praya scheme. So as on today, more than 1,000 student innovators or young innovators have been benefited under this scheme. Okay. So this is the website where you can visit and try to understand the different startup grants that are available exclusively for students or researchers or faculty members or even for the startups. So different schemes under different ministry it is available. You can easily find out. And some schemes accept applications throughout the year, and some have fixed the timeline. Within that, the applications will be closed. So you can check the official website, and get the more information on this. Okay. So now we talked about incubators, we talked about schemes. So now let us discuss about what are some of the parameters that are required uh, by the startups to understand, like what are these factors the panel members will consider to evaluate your startup idea, whether to select it for the funding program or not. So basically, whether it is a incubation center panel members or any private investors, so definitely they look into certain aspects within your business model on which they decide whether to fund your startup or not. So the first and foremost thing is the idea. What is the feasibility of your idea? Can it be implemented or not? And how long your idea can sustain in the market? Can it become a scalable business model? And is it unique? Okay, or it is the very old idea which many people have already implemented and tried out. Is there any innovation in it? And what is the business opportunity that your idea brings in? So they look for that. Then they look for the business. Who are the core team members? What are their strengths? What are their background? And what kind of expertise they are bringing into the startup? And what roles and responsibilities they have taken up within the newly formed startup? Okay. And what is your business model? How you want to operate your business? Who are your customers or customer segments? So whether you have that clarity or not, so that they look. And what is your revenue model? What are the different ways on which how your startup can generate revenue? Whether you are dependent only on sales or sales plus subscription or something else, right? And what are the pricing strategies that you are followed? Whether you are having a competitive pricing, or you have the compared to your competitors, whether your price is very less or very high. So on what basis you have uh, decided the pricing for your products or services, and what are the costs associated in developing the product or offering a service, so that they look for. Then what is your future plan? What you want to do as a startup in next 3 years, 5 years? Where you want to see yourself, that they will see in your business model. So you need to have a financial projections or revenue projection or your sales projections very clearly defined. Then if the funds are given to you either in the form of debt or a grant in it, so where are you going to use these funds? For what activities? Are you going to use it only for marketing or for working capital or purchase of machinery? So there are different purposes why you as a startup need funds. So that needs to be clearly defined. And what value you are adding to the ecosystem, or what is the impact that you are bringing in. So how many people will get benefited from your solution? Say suppose if you have an idea related to agriculture sector, so how many farmers will get benefited from your new product or service? So what is the impact that you are creating? How many jobs you are generating? So that they will see. And what is the exit strategy for the investor? If there is any private investor investing some money in your business, so after how many years he will get his return on investment, and what is the exit strategy? And what is the uh, return on investment for the investor and as well as for the startup, right? So these are some of the factors that any investor or any panel that will be constituted to select startup for a government funding scheme, they look for these things. So now, having said this, you may be having questions. So fine, sir, now we know the schemes, we know the incubators, and we know the websites where we can get additional information about the scheme, and we know how the evaluation takes place. So now you may have request, sir, can you help us in standard pitch deck format? What essentially a pitch deck format should consist of? Right? So here is a slide pitch deck format, simple 8 slide pitch deck format that you can prepare. So you can start with a brief introduction in your title slide with your company name. What is the purpose that you are here? Then define the problem that you have identified within the focus area that you're operating. What is your proposed solution? and who are your customers, and what is USP or the competitive advantage that you have over your competitors, or what is so innovative in your product or service. As I told you, what is your business model and your projections, future growth, and who is the team. The ask means how much money you want and for what purposes. So if you have the simple PPT ready, then you can apply for any incubation program. Then get your pitch deck refined further with the help of the internal startup incubation team or the mentors within the incubator. Then you'll be ready to directly pitch your proposal to the investors or the panel members. So then your chances of getting fund will be high, right? The reason why incubators are supported by Government of India is because the incubators need to help startups uh, in order to avoid their failure rate in their initial struggling stages. Right? As an incubator, we need to nurture and support startups and help them to sail through the initial struggling stage. Right. So as I told, here are some resources I've listed. I will share this PPT with your coordinator. They will circulate among all the participants. So apart from these schemes, whatever I have discussed, there are many more schemes. As I told, the time is constrained here. That's why I could not go in detail about the schemes. So there are so many private companies also give funding through their Section 8 companies, through their foundation. And some of the colleges, they have their own corpus fund, irrespective of whatever government fund they may have. They also have some corpus fund available where they fund startups or the student ideas up to 3 lakhs, 5 lakhs, depending on the availability of the fund. Okay. So I wish you all the best. And if you have any questions, you can ask me now. And if anybody wants to prepare a pitch deck and get feedback on that, you can get in touch with me. I can help you on that as well. So here is my contact number. So if anything is there, you can directly ping me in WhatsApp. I use the same number for WhatsApp, or you can send me an email. Okay. With this, I'll end my session. If there are any questions, I'm happy to take them. Yes, any questions? So there is one question here in the chat box. What is the criteria for application? So if you want to apply for funding, seed stage funding, essentially government or any private investors, they expect you to be a registered startup, either in the form of a private limited or a LLP or a partnership firm. So proprietorship firms usually government as well as private investors will not give funding. But however, proprietorship firms can avail loan, small loan from banks. That is possible, but not as a grant in aid or an investment from the startups investors. Yeah. So one person has raised the hands. Yes, any question? Yeah, Shali Gram. Yeah, please go ahead, sir.
सर नमस्कार.
Namaste, sir.
सर मैं एक स्टार्टअप पे काम कर रहा हूँ, सूर्य प्रसादम, एक सामाजिक उद्यम जन अभियान. इसके अंतर्गत सर जो ऑलरेडी काफी सारे वैज्ञानिकों ने काम किया है, सोलर कुकर से डिफरेंट प्रकार के बनाए हैं, सोलर ड्रायर बनाए हैं, परंतु व्यवहारिक रूप से मार्केट में ये चीजें प्रचलित नहीं हो पाई हैं. हम स्कूलों में भी पर्यावरण की किताबों में सोलर कुकर पढ़ते हैं, लेकिन बच्चे देख नहीं पाए हैं सोलर कुकर कैसे काम करता है. तो इस चीज को व्यापक स्तर पर प्रचारित करने से काफी कुछ समस्याएं हल हो सकती हैं. तो इसको प्रैक्टिकल वे पे दिखाने और उसके माध्यम से प्रचारित करने के लिए मैंने एक स्टार्टअप का प्रपोजल बनाया है, जिसमें अवेयरनेस जनरेशन, टेक्निकल ट्रेनिंग, लाइव डेमोन्स्ट्रेशन इत्यादि कई एस्पेक्ट पे काम करने का प्रपोजल तैयार किया है. तो इसको कहाँ से अपन फंडिंग के लिए अप्रोच करें कि ये हमको एक व्यापक स्तर पर प्रचारित करने के उद्देश्य से सफलता मिल पाए.
ओके सर, गवर्नमेंट ने इस तरफ का आपका जो भी स्टार्टअप है ये सोशल एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप कैटेगरी में आएगा इसका. ओके. गवर्नमेंट और बहुत सारे प्राइवेट एंटिटीज ऑल्सो सोशल एंटरप्रेन्योर्स के लिए सेपरेटली फंडिंग और मेंटरिंग प्रोग्राम्स चालू किया है। अटल कम्युनिटी इनोवेशन सेंटर्स जैसा एक स्कीम है, उससे आप थोड़ा हेल्प ले सकते हैं। और बहुत सारे प्राइवेट फाउंडेशन है, उनका सीएसआर फंडिंग से आपका जो भी अवेयरनेस कैंप्स है और मार्केटिंग कैंपेन्स है, वो कोलैबोरेटिव प्रोग्राम्स कर सकते हैं आप।
हाँ सर, ये
फंडिंग
उसी
है,
तरीके का है। अपन डिफरेंट
वही
एनजीओ
वही है।
गवर्नमेंट सेक्टर से मिलके ये चीजें करना चाहते हैं। जैसे आईसीआर के डिफरेंट एजेंसीज हैं जो ट्रेनिंग देती हैं, केबीकेस हैं,
हम्म
आत्मा हैं।
हम्म
तो किसानों
हम्म
से जिनका डायरेक्ट टच है और किसानों के
हम्म।
लिए उपयोगी है, उनके घरों में ये आसानी से उपयोग हो सकता है, जिनके घर में आंगन है, छत है। सोलर कुकिंग और ड्राइंग
आप
दोनों।
एक्चुअली एक कंपनी है सेल्को बोल के, एक कंपनी है, उनका
हाँ
सेल्को
हाँ।
फाउंडेशन है। सेल्को फाउंडेशन ऐसा प्रोजेक्ट्स को सपोर्ट करता है। आप उनका वेबसाइट थोड़ा चेक कर दीजिए, उनका ऑफिसेस है बैंगलोर में।
हाँ हाँ,
सेल्को फाउंडेशन,
हरीश
हरीश
जी हैं
अंडे
वो।
सर, यस
हाँ
यस यस, हरीश अंडे जी। वो ऑलरेडी ऐसा काम बहुत साल से कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि मैंने भी एक प्रोजेक्ट किया हुआ था उनके साथ मेरे एमबीए
हाँ।
टाइम पे। वही
अच्छा।
सोलर का एक प्रोजेक्ट था।
हाँ
सेल्को
हाँ।
फाउंडेशन वो एक्टिवली इन्वॉल्व है ये इस जैसा प्रोजेक्ट्स के लिए। और बहुत सारे क्या होता है, कम्युनिटी साइंस कॉलेजेस में भी ऐसा अवेयरनेस करने के लिए और ऐसा ट्रेनिंग करने के लिए थोड़ा फंड मिल जाता है गवर्नमेंट से, वो आप इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं। कोलैबोरेटिवली आपको उनके साथ प्रोग्राम्स करना पड़ेगा।
सर, हम अभी बिराक के बिग प्रोग्राम के लिए भी अप्लाई कर रहे हैं, प्रपोजल
हम्म
तैयार कर रहे हैं। अगर उसकी हेल्प की जरूरत
हम्म।
पड़ेगी तो आपसे हम संपर्क करेंगे।
हाँ सर, कर सकते हैं।
ओके, थैंक यू सर।
One more question, sir. FPO recognized as a startup, will it be eligible for funds to lead a coffee production-led tourism among tribal farmers?
See, this question actually already government of India under TriFed, they have already giving financial assistance to FPOs. Okay, they are giving funds to procure machinery, and also they are giving exclusive hands-on training through implementation partners like Coffee Board and many other organizations, where the FPO members, tribal FPO members, they get hands-on training on processing, packaging, and also government of Karnataka also have taken initiative, and they have established try outlets, and also online marketplace has been created. So you can apply for financial assistance through TriFed, but directly as a funding under Startup India seed fund scheme or any other scheme for FPO, as of now it is not available. Okay, that's the question. Please share more social enterprise oriented funds or incubators. Yeah, definitely, sir. I can add that one more slide where funds exclusively for social enterprises are being given from government or any private entities. I'll add that to the slides, and I'll share the updated PPT with the coordinator. Okay, there is one question by Mr. Abhinav. He's asking, students who don't have own savings and want to start a food processing enterprise can get funding. See, funding for students, okay, for pre-seed stage, yes, it is available. But even before you launch your startup, okay, even before you ask for funding, so you need to be very clear with your startup idea. Because if you want to set up an enterprise, so enterprise is a big name. So startup, you should go with your startup, and you should be very clear on what actually you want to do, whether it is innovative or not. If you want to start a cafe or some existing food processing unit, so getting funding for that will be difficult. You should have some innovation in that. Okay, either you should be able to reduce the time taken for food processing, or reduce the energy consumption, or have certain process that you follow where the shelf life of the food products can be increased. So different ways of innovation. So what I suggest is you can get in touch with Anand Agriculture University in Gujarat. So they have a full-fledged setup exclusively for supporting innovators and startups in the food sector. and many other incubation centers. Even
Even
CFTRI
Tanjore is
Mysore.
also having that one, sir.
Yeah,
Tanjore.
CFTRI Mysore is having a very big incubation center and other food processing facilities, where even without spending a single money, you'll be able to get support from them and also raise funds, pre-seed funds.
And I would like to add one more point. For student category, you will get funds under EUA schemes of BIRAC, around 4 lakhs you will get. And also from this year, RKBY Raftar is also funding to students
4
for
lakhs.
their innovative projects under Eureka schemes. Even manage
Yes,
have
up
that
to
scheme.
4 lakhs, up to 4 lakhs they can get. Yeah.
If no questions, can we end the session? Even if you have question also, you can put it in the chat box. I will send to Mr. Praveen.
Yes, yes.
Thank
Anyway,
you
I've
for the
shared my contact
presentations.
details. Yeah. Thank you, Nandan.
We'll have next session at 2 o'clock. From 2 to 4, we have 2 sessions today. And one more notice, tomorrow, the first session will start at 9 o'clock. We'll end the session at 2. We have a valedictory function from 12 to 12:30. Tomorrow we have 3 more sessions. So from 9 to 12. I'll share it in the group. Thank you. Hello, Vijay sir, can you hear me?
Hello. Hello.
Sir, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. How about you? Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Your name is not showing, sir. It's showing only Zoom user. That's why I'm confused.
Okay, right. Because see, I don't know. I had logged into Google Meet. So then
Yes.
later I saw that this link was given.
Oh,
Um, yeah. So one second, if I can change my name. I'm a bit unfamiliar with Zoom. I don't know. If you can change my name, you can change it.
yeah. Oh,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think it's here. Yeah, right.
I'll
Is the
rename it, sir.
camera on? Yeah,
Yeah,
I
your
have
camera is off.
Camera is off.
Yes.
I should just be on, but I don't know. Uh, second.
Your camera is on, sir, but we are not able to see you.
Okay, I don't know what is the problem. Because on Google Meet I'm able to see myself.
Oh, is it possible to share the screen, sir? Can you try that one?
Sharing the screen is not required.
Oh,
I will just right. I'll tell you. Okay. So are we good to go?
okay, fine, sir. Before starting your session, sir, we'll have a brief introduction.
Yeah, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Afternoon. We have a session on art of pitching and fundraising by Mr. Vijay Mane. He's a serial entrepreneur and is an investor by himself. And he has more than 24 years experience in working with various business like wholesale, retail, trading, dairy food processing, manufacturing foods, beverages, and also financial services, strategic consulting. And he has been part of several startups, selling outs, buying outs to the shutdowns, and he is a startup mentor. He has done his post-graduation management studies and worked as analyst in financial markets. He is analyzing businesses, industries, and company valuation was his core areas of work. And is currently working on multiple business and actively advising, mentoring, and investing in early stage enterprises that can impact rural economy. And he has also co-founded Sunshine Ventures. Welcome to this collaboration session on Innovations in Agri Startups, which is organized by Binest Agri Innovation Center in collaboration with Manage Hyderabad, sir. Your
Yeah,
video is
thank you,
visible.
Raman. Yeah, I think it was basically because that Google Meet was on. No, I just shut it down, so I think it activated.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So I can get going, right?
Yes.
Okay. And we have what, 1 hour?
Yes, sir. And the audience are some of them are startups and some of them students and entrepreneurs from all parts of India, and some of them are academicians and research scientists in this group.
All right. Hello everyone, and very happy to meet you all. And I would encourage as many as you people to switch on your cameras so that we have a little bit better interaction. Um, and Nandini gave a very elaborative introduction about myself. I've been privileged to, have been part of several businesses. I think it's just the destiny that, took me around, multiple businesses where I've gained experience from manufacturing to technology, consulting to services, hospitality, multiple domains that I have worked in. And before that, I've worked as a valuation and equity analyst, where I've also spent good enough time in terms of understanding the businesses and how do you value them. Well, so I've been associated with Manage over last 2.5, 3 years. However, for the last about 4, 5 months, I was a little inactive because of my personal, some of the businesses that I was involved in needed more time. And about 3 weeks back, when Nandini called, I was actually trying to defer this as well because of the time constraint. But then I said, then it will never get started. So I just thought, okay, let me do whatever it is required. And I accepted this. And what happened was that, this morning my laptop crashed and I'm not getting access to any of my, the PPTs, slides, and so much of information I had. But then, I said, let me take it as it is, as the situation is right. Um, so, coming to today's topic, I encourage everyone to be participative. If you have any questions, you can type and put it in the chat box, or you can raise your hand, because I think today you take any subject matter, you don't actually need anybody to come and explain you. Everything is so well available on Google, and moreover, today's AI or chat GPT can help you to really understand. So coming to today's topic, the art of pitching and fundraising. You just go on ChatGPT and put your questions, and ChatGPT will be able to give you a lot of information, right? But how do I can make a difference to you all? I think I would like to make it more interactive, and instead of telling you what all is needed to prepare your deck, how to really go about the fundraising. I would rather want you to, I would rather want to bring the thought that, what do you need, whether you need to raise funds. If yes, then how do you want to go about it? Okay. Um, I'll definitely make sure that at the end of the session that you will feel, there was a value in it. I see that, more than 100 participants are there. I really don't know how much attract, the system we can make it interactive, but I definitely, want you to put your questions and, if required, raise your hand and then come online, ask your question or add value to it. Okay. So, today I see that startups who basically come to solve some problem, uh, and by solving the problem, you try to create a business model around the problem and the solution that you have developed. Okay, it is really catching its frenzy, and we see that every year the number of startups are uh, increasing at exponential rate. Having said that, I also feel um, the maturity of startups are, you know, pretty less. Okay. And that's absolutely okay, because typically startups are, being founded by youngsters who actually do not want to probably get into some kind of a employment or various other reasons, or they have a passion for it. Small number of startups are also coming, around by people with certain kind of experience, 5 years, 10 years kind of experience they have, and from employment they want to get into an entrepreneur's life. They're also doing it. Um, but from all point of view, I think as entrepreneurs, as businessmen or businesswomen, we must be very critical about what we do, because uh, like everyone, I'm also so excited about new business ideas, and I can tell very without any shame that uh, many of my businesses have failed than what have succeeded. That's basically because we all fall in love with the business, right? So the moment we have, we feel we're so positive about it, we are so optimistic about it that we just spend our all time on it. Okay, uh, which is okay, absolutely fine, because I think at certain point of time the passion defines everything, and passion differentiates people from the ordinary people. Okay, that is definitely essential, but I think we need to be more critical about what we do. And one of the phenomenon I've seen with a lot of founders is that, okay, I want to get into startup and I have found this problem and my solution is great, and I raise funds and then I'll scale. This is a typical thought process. Um, it is quite visible in most of the startup ecosystems. But there are, I think, a lot of data is also available. It says it. One of the data points I would like to read it for you. Um, After 5 years, there are only 3 out of 10,000 startups that survive. So you can imagine the success ratio is very, very small, right? So the feeling of identifying a problem and then developing a solution and then hoping to scale or succeed um, accidentally or as a natural process is not definitely a right thought. Okay, we have to be so critical that we ask 1,000 questions to ourselves every day. Why this problem is critical? Why my solution is better than the one that are existing in the markets? Why my solution can be shielded with competition? Why the existing players cannot copy what I'm doing and they can be better than me? Okay, so there are a lot of questions that we need to ask. We need to ask very ruthlessly to ourselves so that we are able to make our business model very strong. Okay. So what I'll do is that at the end of the session, anyway, I'll circulate one or two slides, the proper presentations, which will talk about what all you need to have when you are pitching to investors. Okay. You can also search on the Google and you can find many such templates that talk about how to go about pitching. Um, Typically, again, these templates that we might take it from some leading incubation centers or venture funds. 70% of the content is same. I mean, it cannot change, right? That's the standard information that any business that needs to talk about. 30% can vary depending upon which domain you are in and what kind of a technology that you represent or what kind of innovation that you are bringing, what kind of a market that you are targeting. Based on that, or 30% of the template can change, the structure can change, but 70% remains same. Okay. So I hope you're all on your best so that some critical points only you can take a note. Probably for every important aspect, I'll just give one point. You can write it, and then later you can refer these decks that I would be sharing with through Nandini. They are not mine. I just simply got it from some of my acquaintances and giving it because my slides have just lost it with the connection because of my laptop that crashed. I'll share that. So I'm not taking any credit for that, but they are very well covered and talk about how you should go about making your pitch deck. Okay. Uh, yeah. So when you are planning to raise fund, okay, I think the first question that you need to really ask is that uh, you need to raise funds. Very important question. Well, everyone might feel that, okay, I need to raise fund, but it is not so. Believe me, it is not so because even when it comes to the funding, there are only about the percentage, the stats speak that only about 1 in, and the survival of those also it's only about 5 to 6 out of 100. So just you can imagine. Basically, I'm telling that uh, startup that succeeds after taking funding is just about 5 to 6 in 1,000. Okay, that's the kind of low ratio it has. So it's a very valid question that first and foremost, you should be convinced practically that I need to raise funds. Okay. It is not at all necessary that, all startups need support of funding. It is not necessary. Uh, what kind of a startups are required to raise funds? That needs to be justified by yourself, where you know uh, you need a really long time to crack consistent revenues, and whatever the product or solution that you have will take a longer time for you to generate enough revenues, and to close that shortfall of your revenues and the expenses, you probably need investment. Or you are into some kind of a business where your technology needs deep investments in the initial period. Uh, that's the time when you need to look at raising funds. Okay, and there could be many such cases. But remember, you don't require funds just to not all startups need funds uh, to really get going and scale. Okay, uh, if at all you think um, your business idea or the business model that you have, it needs funding. So the first question you can note it from my side is that, do you really need to, or I can say that, do I really need to raise funds? Does my business require fundraising? It needs to be asked. So you can make that point for yourself, and be critical, be ruthless to answer that. Okay? The reason being, one is that fundraising takes a time, and uh, assume that you are a single founder, or you are you have two founders. One person has to dedicatedly spend time on fundraising activity. Well, it's not easy. You need to do multiple uh, efforts. You need to meet a lot of investors, and then there will be thousands of questions coming in. Then you again modify your decks, and all these things happen, right? So remember, it involves a lot of time, and you need that kind of a dedication when you're really chasing the fundraising activities. Right? And as it is, I've told you some data points that only 1 in 100 get funded, and 5 or 6 survive out of the 100. Okay, that's the kind of low ratio that it has. So make sure that you genuinely need that kind of a funding, and think of getting it. Second is that what kind of funding is required, right? That also needs to be answered before you start making efforts of going and raising funds. So what are the options are available? Typically, see what we call as a bootstrap, right? So I invest, my partners invest, or my friends invest, or relatives invest. Okay, that's the bootstrap. But basically, I think every startup always goes through that. There is always some kind of a bootstrap capital that comes in. You need to understand what kind of a capital your business requires, and then see that how much you can do through bootstrap. Okay, sometimes business models are such that you need to fund it completely through bootstrap itself. Okay, we can take questions at the right time, as you whenever you think you are ready to ask a question. um, uh, so when a business model needs to be funded through bootstrap, then you need to make sure that you have that much of preparation. Okay. The second option could be trying to get some grants. Okay, the governments, the state governments, central governments have multiple grants, schemes, programs that are available for startups, and they are especially focused on agri innovation. You can also try and tap grants from them. Okay. Now, the grants obviously they come with no return kind of a caveat. I mean, you need not really return that money. It comes as a simple grant for you. So whether you need that kind of a funding, okay. Obviously, nobody wants to say no to a free capital, but remember that there is no free capital. When they are giving some capital, they are expecting you to deliver something, and that's what your business model should speak about. Which will come to it little later. Okay. Third is that you can raise debt financing. Debt finance means probably you borrow a loan, typically from a bank or from a friend or a few. There are companies that lend money. Okay, so you can look at that. The fourth is your equity. Okay, so all these have different uh, scope when these kind of investments are done. They have different level of risks. They have different level of rewarding mechanism. Don't think that equity is the best option because we don't have to pay interest on that. It's not like that. Any equity investor coming into place will take more money from you. Okay, maybe you don't have obligation of paying debt, but there is a moral obligation that you will have to give him more than probably what you give on rent, and that's how these all products are made. So you need to assess what kind of a funding that you need to raise. I mean, which kind of a funding that you need to chase after, and some business model will might require all of these or two of these or three of these. Okay, that again you can put it as a question. So first question is that do I really need to raise funds? Okay, does my business model require uh, fundraising? Two, if yes, then what kind of a fund that I need to tap in, right? So I gave you four examples of that. One is the bootstrap, second is grant, third is debt, and fourth is the equity. Okay. So assume that you come to a conclusion. No, boss, my business model, my business plan requires external capital. It has to be beyond bootstrap. And then you also decide what all kinds of uh, you know uh, the funds that you need to explore. What are the sources that you need to explore? Based on that, you are so what is it we need to cover in depth? There's some 7, 8 points which are very important. I just highlight each of them. You can just make point of that, the important part. Rest all anyway, I will share you the text. You can refer it, or there's so many available on the net, which I will not be making more value addition by just reading them or talking about it. Okay. Uh, so one, the first and foremost thing that we need to understand is that by giving loads of documents, we can't expect the lender or the investor to go through everything and come back to you. Okay. That's why we call it as a pitch, right? So you need to pitch for the money that you want to raise. The best part is that if it is in a story format, you make it very simple to understand. If you get into too much of technological details, the jargons, very heavy numbers, you will lose the audience. Okay, so you have to really learn how you can present your business in very simple story matter. Okay, uh, and then we'll see what we need to tell in that story. Okay, so remember that your pitch has to be like a story. It has to be as simple as, and it has to be as interesting as listening to a story. Okay, so what do you cover the first and foremost is uh, the problem that you're solving. Okay. And the problem has to be very compelling. Okay. So the first point, you can make a note of this. The first point is the problem that you are addressing. Okay. And the story format, as I told, it is applicable for all these 7, 8 points that I would be talking about. It should be in a very easy to understand format. Okay. So you speak about the problem that you are solving. Okay. And if it is interesting, you have the audience to listen to you later. Okay. So you need to make it very interesting. And how big is the problem? Okay. The second part is how big is the problem? Okay. So first you justify, you nail it that this is the problem that is existing. Okay, which I want to solve. Hmm. Second, you talk about how big is the problem, because if the problem is not really big enough, if the problem is not attractive enough, how can you get attention from the investors, right? So you need to bring some numbers here, what kind of a market that exists, how much is being serviced by the existing players, um, and what is available, what kind of a growth, the market you expect over next 5 years or 10 years. You need to put some numbers over there, and then uh, establish that there is a huge scope for a your company to come in and capture the business. Okay. Third point is that you speak about, okay, what is this solution there? How do you solve that problem? You put out your solution, and then you need to uh, establish why your solution is better than the existing companies that already have solutions. Okay. And always remember that competition. It is not necessary that competition comes in a direct manner. There can be indirect competition also. Okay, just to give a very general example is that if I want to drink tea, and at that moment of time, if tea is not available, probably I can look at drinking any other hot beverage, right? I can go for a coffee or I can go for a milk, right? So your solution it can be uh, your solution can be a good innovation against the direct competitors, but you need to also explore what can effective indirectly also. Okay, so establish that factor that your solution is innovative, it's unique, and it is better than the existing solution. Okay. So first is that you have established the problem. You have established the fact that it is a very critical problem. It needs to be solved. You also established the fact that this problem is big enough so that company like we can come in and then grow, survive. And third, you put out your solution to establish the fact that how innovative you are compared to the existing solution. And thereby you are also able to tell that how your user or your customer is able to get benefited. Okay, so you are putting the customer benefits. Hmm. Uh, Once you do this, the fifth point would be that you speak about the competitor analysis. Okay, you get a little bit detail into who are your competitors and all that matter. So here, a lot of internal things that you have established, right? The problem, how big is the problem, your solution, and the customer benefits, and fifth is the competitor analysis. Okay, so this is basically to do with most of your internal challenges that you are putting out. The sixth point is your putting out your target market segment. Okay, because it's not necessary that the whole world has to be your market. You need to clearly establish what is who is your customer, what is the customer segment, what is your target market geographically, or the profession wise, or Right, in agri services, I can say that, okay, my target market is only those who are growing sugarcane, who are having, land less than 5 acres or 10 acres, the small farmers or all that. You need to define it very clearly, okay? So that the investor or the lender is getting a clear idea that, okay, this is the segment that you're targeting, and this is where you are going after. And then you speak about the go-to-market plan, okay, or GTM, go-to-market strategy, or go-to-market plan, as we call, which is the most essential part of any pitch deck. Because see, problems can be identified by everyone. Solutions probably can be defined, can be created or innovated by many people, right? But you need to really have the capability of taking your solution from your garage or from your factory or from your office to the market, execute it, sell it, collect money, and make profit. And that's where the GTM becomes a very, very important part. Okay. So you need to get your go-to-market strategy very clearly. Remember, mostly what we do is that, when we talk about go-to-market, we say that, we will do social media, we will appoint dealers, distribute. It won't happen like that. Okay, that's a theoretical model. Uh, okay, so that's what of. I'm just seeing some messages, but I'm not finding any clear question in that. So maybe we'll take the questions later. While somebody wants to type, can go ahead and make it. Okay. So the go-to-market has to be literally, uh, it's like a step-by-step model of taking your product to the market. Okay, it has to be in a detailed way. So detail is in a separate workshop, and what it should contain. I'll share some information on that, and some things I can take it on the question and answers also. But the GTM is very important. Okay, wherein we establish the fact that this is the kind of problem, this is my innovative solution, this is my target market, and this is how I take my solution from my factory to my customer. Okay, the step by step roadmap we are able to establish that. And once GTM is done, so you know the entire gamut, right? From production to sales. Now you have captured all your costs, the kind of cost that will go, the kind of cost will go in manufacturing, the kind of cost will go in salaries, the kind of cost will go into distribution, margins or sales expenses, etc. Okay. And then based on all this, you need to put your financial forecasting. Okay. The financial forecasting, again, it's a very detailed exercise, but basically it should be able to capture a couple of points like, how much you're going to sell, what will be the revenues. And for that sales, okay, let's say in terms of numbers like 100 units, 200 units, 500 units, 1000 units, for that kind of a sales, what kind of your manufacturing cost and what kind of a fixed overheads that you have. Okay, establish it, and then you have net profit coming into place, and you are able to put your financials in that stream. Okay. Uh, Once done that, you are putting out what is the amount that you are looking at raising, the quantum of fund that you require, and why do you want. Okay. So it's not just I say that I need 1 crore, 2 crore, or 50 lakhs, or 5 crores. We need to justify that. Okay. Why I need that money? Where am I going to invest? Okay. And eventually, whatever money you are planning to raise should be justified with your financial forecasting. If your finances are not showing that I'm going to generate enough profit to pay returns on these kind of funds that I'm planning to raise, then the entire thing will collapse. Okay. You need to come back from the first point again, the slide one, the problem that you're solving, the solution that you have. Okay. So then you put out the slide on what kind of a fund that you want to raise, how much you want to raise, when you want to raise, and where all you are going to invest. Okay, these are the most typical phases of debt that you need to prepare. Okay? So for the time being, I want to stop here and I want to understand from you or take your questions. Okay. And then maybe I'll take some time to give a conclusion on this.
You can raise your hand so that I can unmute you for asking questions. Or you can also put it in the chat box.
Yeah, so I think the basic question from my side is that it just makes sense to you all. Because I also want to know, was English is accepted communication or आपको कुछ हिंदी में चाहिए था या फिर कन्नड़ा में चाहिए था?
Hindi, sir. Usually English, sir. All speakers are with. Some of them
Acceptable, right?
also ask in Hindi, but based
Okay.
on their convenience, they can ask questions.
Okay. Okay. So feel free. Okay, if you're not really understood this part, you see, I could have run through some slides, but that's standard, you know. And those anyway decks I'm going to share with you. So you'll figure out everything in there. But I really wanted, you know, to get your thoughts in terms of before even you go for funding, what all the thought process that you need to have. Okay, so you can tell me it didn't connect, it didn't make any sense to you. Or if you have any specific questions, also you can ask.
Even if it is basic questions also, you can ask. Be interactive.
So there is not some question. I'm sure this is not related to this, right? There's, in
Yes,
chat
yes.
box there is one question.
No,
Or
no,
not
no.
related to.
It's not related to that.
Yeah. So let me ask you a question. Who all are? I mean, amongst you, who is planning to raise funds? Or has anybody raised fund
Startups can
already?
ask.
Has anybody raised fund already?
Please respond, or else sir will be bored.
Okay, nobody has raised funds then.
Post none, so everybody's sleeping, it seems.
Yeah, got some grants. Good. Okay. Right. Okay. So fair enough.
Some of them have
What
got
did-
Elevate Karnataka awards.
Oh, that's really good. So who got a grant from Elevate?
Mr. Shiv Kumar from Karnataka has recently in the year 2024 has got grant for his some waste management work. Mr.
Fair
Shiv
enough.
Kumar,
Right.
you can elaborate on that.
Yeah. I can see Pradeep. Yeah, Dr. Shiv Kumar, please go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Possible switch on your
Sir.
camera.
Actually, recently, yes, sir. I switched on. Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah. Yes, sir. This year we got Karnataka Elevate for project we are working on insect waste management. Like we are extracting biopolymer from insect waste. So that for that work, and now we are the finalist of Ayurveda Grant Challenge. That also like we are looking for. And last year we started Ecogeny Biotech. It's a biotech startup based out in Bangalore, co-founded by myself and Dr. Harish. We both started. Currently, sir, we are working on waste management water treatment, and some aspects of pharma, where we are in the process of developing formulation for wound healing. That is what currently we are doing. And like in 1 year, we got a lot of support from UASB and also from Coffee Board, because we applied there for Startup India seed funding earlier. So a lot of mentoring support and other things. Yes, sir. We have been grateful to all of them. And now we got incubation in CCAMP, mandatory incubation that we are doing there. Yes,
It's quite a bit of businesses, right? How many startups you're involved in?
Sir?
No, sir. Actually, one startup. My focus is on agriculture. I did my PhD from IIHR. My co-founder, he did his PhD from NIMANS and postdoc from Canada. So he is into pharma and healthcare related research, basically. My expertise is on agri and waste management. This is my expertise. So we work day in, day out in formulating project, working related to the stuffs. Yes, sir.
Okay. Because I always feel that founders need a lot of focus, and then if you are engaged with multiple things, I don't know how justice can be made.
Sir. Sir, one common point is chitosan. So we work all our projects is related to chitosan. So chitosan is a biopolymer that I did my PhD on that. So the formulation, the agri formulation, whatever we are working, that is also related to chitosan. And the wound healing dressing material that we are doing in collaboration, that also related to chitosan. So chitosan is a polymer that we are mainly focused. So we are extracting chitosan, and that we are repurposing it for different applications. It has got nearly 6,000 applications. We are trying only 3-4 out of them in our field. So that too, we are expertise. Whatever field we have got expertise in that.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I think one of the points probably, when you're trying for grants, when I think founders, when they need to pitch in,
yes,
when I said that, you need to really understand your audience. And when you're seeking for grant, I think you need to understand the objectives of the grants, right? So that typically when grants are given, they are looking at impact. They are not really looking at your profit and loss, or how will it grow, what will be the valuation of the company, right? So you need to tune that.
Yes,
This is something that I'm telling it to everyone. So when you're looking at a grant, let your story be around the impact you make. How you will make the society better, how will you make the consumer better,
mostly socio-economic impact.
How will you be able to provide more employment, what kind of impact you will do to rural. So every organization that is giving grant would be having some kind of a scope for the money that they want to give it. So you need to understand if this is the entity, let's say Elevate. So Elevate will have certain areas and certain milestones or certain things that they want to achieve by giving grants. So all we as founders must understand why this grant is given, and then you speak about it, right? So similarly, when somebody is going and seeking loan, okay, the banker is not really interested in what profits you make. All that he's looking at what security he has got from you, how safe is that, and what is your earnings before interest is what he's interested in. Okay, he just wants to make sure that you are able to pay his interest and principal, that is EMI. Okay, he's not really looking at the net profit level. Whereas the equity investor that will come in, he would be looking at what kind of a net profits you can generate, because he's going to be paid out of that. Okay, so understand who is your audience when when you are pitching it. If you're looking at equity investment, then you should make sure that your business is showing strong, positive net profits. Okay. If it's a grant, then understand, okay, what is this grant is being given for? Is, for example, increasing rural employment is one of their parameters to look into it. Then see whether your business model has that element. If it has, then speak about it, right? So you need to understand that, what is that they are looking into it, and based on that, you need to tweak your, story, right? As Pradeep is also raised his hand. Pradeep, can you contribute, your experience?
Yes, sir. So I'm Pradeep Pandey from Indore. Basically, we are working in waste to wealth. Am I audible?
Yeah, very much.
Yes. So we are working right now. We are working right now in mushroom. We have grant seed fund from Raftar scheme. 5 lakh we have received. Yes, sir.
5 lakhs. Okay.
Yes,
So
sir.
you are in a idea stage.
Yes, sir. We have pitched the idea piece.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Then
I
they
think-
also told us second scheme 25 lakh. We are eligible for applying, but we are trying to take some time more.
Yeah, of course. I think you need to get your product correct,
Yes, sir.
and you need to prepare your go-to market very clearly. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now understand
Basically,
these
sir,
two parts.
we have selected for basically biodegradable products majorly. But after COVID, we've seen market is not going good for biodegradable because before COVID, everyone want to replace plastic and thermocol. Everyone, but after COVID, we've seen market again plastic and thermocol using it frequently. So we hold on. This is our project. We are focusing on other things like mushroom spawn and all things. We are doing good that product also, but more and more R&D, not commercially right now. Because our product is costly. Thermocol plastic and plastic is very cheaper. So very tough to competition.
Yeah. So one second.
Yes, sir.
Recording in progress.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, sure. So so these two parts, where you get 5 lakh grant for the idea stage and then 25 lakh for the scale. Your business, once you have a proof of concept, you should have the next level, the 25 lakh grant, if you want to take it. You see, these grants are they're the free money, right? So you can really make use of it. If you're a smart entrepreneur, free capital should be the something one should not miss out. But to access this 25 lakh kind of a grant for scale, your go-to market should be pakka. It has to be very strong, very clear, and that will convince the jury to give you the product. So initial 5 lakhs is basically on the idea. As long as you have established that the problem statement is good, that is the problem that you're trying to solve is very compelling, very attractive, it's the need of the hour, and the solution that you're proposing, it is innovative. and it can definitely solve the problem much better than the competitors. You will get that initial 5 lakh to work on your idea and get your POC correct. But then if you want to access this next level of grant, then your product should be ready, your solution should be ready. There should be 1 or 2 trials also where customers are able to give feedback that this solution is very good and we want to continue to use it. And then based on that, if you're able to have a very strong go-to-market strategy, you'll be able to access that money. Okay, so that is on that part. Any other questions am I missing? Can you please check it out, Nandini?
Sir, I think Dr. Rashmi, she also got big BIRAC grant. It's they give up to 50% grant by the Department of Biotechnology.
Okay, she should share some experience then.
I'll mute her. Unmute her.
Yeah,
Dr.
hello sir, I'm Rashmi. We got BIG BIRAC grant in BIG 20 cycle. I'm an entomologist from University of Agricultural Sciences GKVK. So we had an innovative product for management of fruit flies. So for that product, we got 50 lakhs grant.
50 lakhs, very good.
Yeah, yes. Under that project, we have developed 2 products, like for integrated pest management of fruit flies in fruits and vegetables. I'm incubated in Indian Institute of Horticulture Research, IIHR, Bestie Hort.
Okay.
So we are we got the patent also. We filed the patent and we have received the patent also for the product. Further, now we want to go for commercialization. So which are the other grants like we can apply for the commercialization, sir?
Okay. Now, on this question, I'll have to come back because I am not so well aware about what all options are there specifically to your domain. Maybe Nandini can take this question and run it through the ecosystem and get back to you on that.
So
Okay,
for
okay.
commercialization, if it is a startup is less than 2 years, you can get under Startup India Seed Fund. You may not be less than 2 years because you got funding in the year 2020. So
No,
you
it's
can
not
apply
2020, ma'am. It's BIG 20 cycle. Now currently BIG 225 cycle is going on. We got it in 2021 November.
Okay, your startup is more than 2 years old?
No, I mean, after we got the grant, the company was incorporated. So it was incorporated in 2022.
Okay, 2022 means which month you have got?
September 2022, it was incorporated.
Okay, you still have 4 months time to apply for Startup India Seed Fund. You can apply to any incubators in Bangalore
Okay.
for commercialization. You'll get for a commercialization, you may not get grant. You'll get debt or convertible debentures.
Okay, okay.
Up to 50 lakh you can get. The interest rate is also prevailing to the whatever the repo rate in the repo rate of RBI. So you can try that one, or Elevate Karnataka, you can apply for commercialization also.
Okay, okay. That is available all around the year, or it is called
Yeah,
for
Elevate
some
Karnataka,
point?
it was called in the month of February. Now it's over. Next year they will call it again.
Okay, okay. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Nandini, this debenture you told, is it collateral free?
Yes, sir. It's a collateral free. It's because it was given by DPIIT. It's up to 1 year. They don't need to pay anything. After 1 year, they have to pay the interest. Or else, if they raise any funds, the similar funds through private, they can repay back that entire amount.
Yeah. Okay, but it's not against any security, right? They need not give anything to pledge and
no security, sir.
Okay, okay, sir. I think there's one question which is about which is this 5 lakh grant is what was asked. I think it is by KVK Raftar, right?
RKVY Raftar, they'll give 5 lakh grant for the seed stage.
Okay, and it is all available with all the agricultural universities.
No, it will be available in Karnataka with US Dharwad and one with ICR Nivedi. If it is in Hyderabad, it is in with NARM and yes, NARM and Manage. If it is in Jaipur, it's under NARM and the one in Kerala Agriculture University. Every state have RKVY Raftar Incubation Center.
Okay.
There they will give 5 lakh.
Okay, it's by the central government, but it will be through affiliated universities in specific states.
Yes, it's by central government, but RKVY incubation centers are there. They will disperse these funds.
Okay. Okay, is it applicable for dairy development since we are in incubator?
Yes, to all sectors of agriculture.
Yeah, so dairy has also been, I think animal husbandry.
Included,
dairy,
yes.
Also, I think has been added as what I understand.
Which one, sir?
Fisheries.
Yeah, it will be included. It is included.
Yeah.
Sir, in Manage, they can apply for that.
Right. So
even
that's
in
the answer.
Bangalore, yes.
Yeah. Fair enough. Okay. If anybody wants to share any of their experience of having raised whatever grant or anything you want to share? See, one of the things is that, these all, co-learning mechanism, right? So when we all meet entrepreneurs on a certain platform, the biggest learning is, learning from each other. There is actually speaking nothing to teach in business. Everything is available on the net, right? It's the experience that matters more. It's the learning that matters more that we need to share with each other. So if anybody has any experience of, having, having raised funds, I think somebody is telling to unmute the mic.
Yeah, I've unmuted him.
Hello. Yes, sir. Yeah, good evening.
Hello.
Yeah, good evening.
Yes, sir. Please.
Yeah, I'm Balasubramanian from Women SH Enterprises. We are an incubator of VIF Tanwas, Chennai.
Okay.
We are into dairy development. That means we make a society with the self-help group people at village level. From there, we procure the milk and we fix that minimum price, and also we provided the cost as per the quality of the milk. And we provided the training for the self-help group people to go for preparing that value-added product in that village itself. So over the experience, they will become an entrepreneur. For that, we create a facility also. Also, we do integrated activities for them as a silage and animal health activities, so and so. So particularly silage development, farmers are nowadays, they are facing very much problem on that. So we wanted to help them through our institution. For that, can you able to suggest how we can go ahead with your support, Agri Department?
Okay, so I'll just give a standard reply to this. See, unless you have any innovation, it is very difficult for any institution to think, of your grant. Okay, so if the objective is social in nature, that you want to help people from certain regions or rural area or something like that, these all become typically socio-economic ventures.
Yeah, the social enterprising
entrepreneurship. So what you need to do in that case is that you need to find out which are the incubation centers or the institutions that support the rural ventures or social ventures. Okay, and then you need
to Selco Foundation has supported them, sir.
Okay. Can you text me, madam? I'll note it down and I can approach them.
Yeah, also you can also check with NABARD. They do give funding support to SHG groups, especially in rural areas, and also the FPOs.
Okay. NABARD. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I have NABARD AGM number also. I can able to speak to them.
You can check.
This is for funding related. You are telling that, correct?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I'm
NABARD will
asking.
also give some business development assistance also for
Yeah.
setting up of your business and all.
Yeah, that another one more requirement is silage, because many of the villages still the summer season they are not able to provide that cattle feed, so they are facing a lot of issue. So we wanted to go for a processing of silage, and we wanted to provide that. For that, can you suggest me to whom we have to approach to provide those kind of services to the people?
I'm not sure about that. In Karnataka also many people are doing and supplying.
Okay. Okay.
You can check with the agriculture universities in your location.
Okay.
See, one thing we all must understand, if there is no innovation, okay, they become a standard business, a normal business.
Okay.
And for normal businesses, you have to look at bootstrapping or, borrowing money, that is loan. Okay, these are the only two possible things. Even venture capitals or angel investors will also not invest in regular business. They always want something which is backed by solid innovation, which is not easily copyable, and which has a scaling opportunity. From whatever 0 or 10 lakhs or 1 crore sales you have, from there they want to go at least 50 times or 100 times more. Okay, if it's a regular business, your intention is social driven. You have to access mainly these banks, and as Nandini told, NABARD definitely has very concessional rate loans, but again they'll have their own scope for that, the product that they have. You can enjoy the benefit of lower interest, but there will be interest.
Yes, sir. Apart from this, the regular activities for regarding innovation part, we are into two activities. See, the cream separator come butter churner is a separate machines are available in the market. Now we wanted to, we are establishing that integrating of these two activities in a single machine to go for a yield of productivity of value added things. One, another one is we are into the technical advisory committee has been formed by veterinary university to develop the yogurt product with vitamin D and minerals, which is not available in the market. This is we are going to take it in that innovation part. For that, how we can apply? Because the children also can avail it. Even diabetic patient without sugar, that also we are into that. So we are
anything backed with innovation, you have a lot of scope. See, cream separator can be, if it's really efficient, and the existing cream separators are not as good as you. I think you have multiple things to approach for funding. And the product also, as you said, the yogurt product, there again it's a different thing. The product has innovation, but taking innovation to the market has a different challenge. So you will have a different set of investors for that. But I think technology innovation grants, you can be part of RKVY also. And I think I don't know if Bairak also entertains this kind of thing, but make sure that you're not going to multiple institutions, because there is already kind of common database that is being developed. And if you're approaching all the institution, and if you already received a grant and trying to take another grant, it can add to your your startup could be blacklisted. Yeah, I hope you got it, Ms. Subramaniam. Can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry, but nobody was responding, so I was a little worried.
No,
okay.
she's not.
There's one question which was asked, like, could you please share some insights on pitching for grants and investors, as both needs different approach? Obviously, I did a bit of thing in between, but I'll again tell for the benefit of all the audience. See, when the grant is coming, grant is being given for the impact. They're actually not looking at your profitability or your scale. Okay, they are looking at what kind of impact you can make by bringing your product or your solution to the market. Are you making job easier for your customers? Are you able to solve the problem which is unsolved right now, which is causing a lot of problem? Okay, that's the kind of impact they're looking at. There would be grants that would also be looking at, okay, how much woman employment you can generate, or how much youth employment you can generate. These kind of things would be there. So basically, when you're planning to approach any institution for their grant, read through their document, okay, wherein they clearly say that we are looking for startups in 1, 2, 3 areas who can make impact in increasing employment or climate control. They are very specific in terms of for what all kind of innovation they can lend grants. So your presentation mainly should be focusing in such a way that you talk about the gravity of the problem, you talk about uniqueness of your solution, and then you talk more on the impact. Okay, the GTM, the PN, everything is required. I'm not saying that these elements can be dropped out from your deck. I'm only telling that how you have to weave your story. Okay, so when you're looking at a grant, then you tell about the problem. When they know, okay, oh, this is the problem that is falling in our area. Okay, what is your solution? Okay, this is a nice solution. What are competitors doing? Okay, competitors are way behind. Okay, or they are trying to address some other problem. So your solution is good, and then you show the impact. By doing this, I'm able to reduce 15% electricity cost for a farmer, or I'm able to improve his productivity by 12%. Okay, thereby I'm able to help farmer earn more, or anything else. Whoever is your target customer, you are making you are establishing the impact that you're generating. In addition to that, you can also show if at all you are making the environment better, right? How you can add, how your solution is adding value to the environment, or how your solution is adding to the employment. Okay, all these kind of things you need to explain. So when it comes to investors, so the investors are coming here to see, if I put 50 lakhs today, 2 years down the line or 3 years down the line, what is that I am going to get? Okay, and that is what he's assessing. So he's very ruthless. Okay, for example, you put yourself into investors' shoes. Will you invest in every company that comes and present to you? No, right? Because you want to see that, okay, if I give 1 crore, how much I will get back, after 2 year or 3 year or 4 year or 5 year. So every investor also has their own span of investment. They'll not invest for 20 years. There are people who want to get out within 2 years. There are people who are willing to wait for 5 years. You need to understand, okay, and what kind of returns expectations they have. Okay, instead of investing in your company, if they go and put their money in bank, they would be earning like whatever 7-8%, right? Or if they go and invest in something else, in mutual fund or equity shares, they would be making about 12, 15, 18%. So when they're investing in your startup, obviously their expectation would be at least 25-30%, right? And that is what he wants to see, that the problem you're solving, the solution you have, with the kind of go-to-market strategy you have, the capabilities that you have, the competence your team has in making this idea. I'm sorry, I have to.
Sir, I think you have some technical issues.
Yeah, I can. Now I am audible, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you need to again understand the investors' objectives. Okay, so there are investors who want to come put money, and after 2 or 3 years they want you to raise more money. When you raise bigger money, they want to sell out. Okay, there are investors who are willing to stay with you to the IPO and make the best return. So you need to understand. It's not that you just go and present your plan to an investor. Before even presenting your plan, you need to understand what are the investors' expectation. Okay, and then you present your story only if his objectives are meeting with your objectives. Okay, whenever we make pitch to any investor, like we do sales pitch, right? In sales pitch, we try to convince the customer, right? But in investors pitch, we should not be doing that, because if you try to sell your concept, the investors get jittery. He thinks that you're trying to enforce things on. You need to speak what you stand for. Be truthful to yourself, but make sure that your story is so clean that he's interested in listening to it. Okay. If you're trying to give too much of information, too much of GAN, which is not at all interested, then he'll lose out. Maybe his objectives and your objectives are still meeting, but then you are drifting away. It will cause, in breaking the objective of your meeting, right? So understand the investor. Look at what he has done in the past, or if he's a new investor, ask him what is his objective, what he expects from you if he invests your money, and then see if that really falls into your. Hope I have answered your question.
Thank you, sir. If no questions, means can we go to the next session? Thank you for the interaction session, sir. If you have a write-up of this art of pitching and fundraising, can you share it with us, sir?
Yeah, I will send it across. 4 or 5 documents I have. Okay. I will send everything to you. You share it with them. Okay. And then if anybody has any questions specifically, you can feel free to share my number with them, Nandini, and then I can.
Yeah, I'll share it in chat, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. All right.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So wishing you all the best. I wish, all your ventures become successful and big enough to meet your, the dreams that you have. Being entrepreneur is I think is the greatest thing today. Everyone wants to latch on the jobs or things like that. But being an entrepreneur, I'm not saying that entrepreneur has to be a businessman. Anybody is enterprising. I think we also have some of the scientists or lecturers here who are doing innovation. That enterprising is very important. So wishing you all the best. All your ideas may come true and become successful.
Thank you for your time and sharing your thoughts, sir.
Sure. Yeah. All right. So thank you so much. Thank you, Nandini. I hope I made justice to people. People have got something,
Yes,
some
sir.
learning in today's session.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. I'll drop. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you. We have next session on introduction to IP and process for patent, trademarks and copyrights. Dr. Mary, madam is already there. Welcome to the session, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Priyanka. Thank you. I'm here.
Before starting the presentation, we'll have a brief introduction of Dr. Mary. She has completed her doctorate at Loyola College, Chennai, in collaboration with Indira Gandhi Center for Atomic Research in the field of environmental biology, and she holds a diploma in patent law from Nalsar University. Currently, Dr. Mary is working as an IP officer in Bangalore Bioinnovation Center. She is a qualified patent agent. She's looking after facilitating IP filing prior to odd search and FTO search, consultation on patentability of their innovations and response to FER and transfer of technology to startups. And she has undergone training on transfer of technology under technology transfer and commercialization training organized by BIRAC. And she's recently coordinated successfully Elevate Women Acceleration Program by Government of Karnataka. And she has completed a training on IPR through Women Scientist Seed Program by DST. And she also had an experience in teaching at Professor Dhanapalan College of Women at Tamil Nadu. Welcome to the session, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Priyanka, for this brief introduction. Thank you so much. So, can I share my PPT?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, you can share.
Okay. Just a moment, I'm finding some difficulty. 1 minute.
Are you feeling any difficulty in sharing, ma'am?
Yeah. Actually, I'm not able to. Just a moment.
If not, please send us the email, ma'am. We will share through our end.
Okay, 1 minute. Sorry. Yeah, I'm able to now. Sometimes it doesn't show. Okay. You're able to see the PPT?
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Kindly make a full screen.
Yes, 1 minute. Is it full screen now?
Oh, no, ma'am.
No? Okay. 1 minute.
Down
I'm going to.
4-1. No. It's also
Now?
visible, ma'am. You can continue. No, ma'am. You can continue on that. It's visible only.
Okay. There used to be some view mode in that. If you make it reading view, it will come, but somehow.
No, it will. Down, you can also try that fourth option is there. No, ma'am.
Yeah. That's what I tried. Slideshow mode. Is it? It's not showing, is it?
No.
Okay. To me, it's slideshow. Okay. Then can I continue like this only?
Yes, you can continue.
Sorry. Just a moment. Okay, then I think I'll continue like this only. I
Yes,
don't
ma'am.
know why I'm not able to see. Okay. Good evening, everyone. So today I will just give an overview of the intellectual property rights. So the basics of the intellectual property rights, like patents, trademarks, and designs and copyrights. And I think I'll keep to the basics, stick to the basics of it. And if you have any queries, we'll have it in the interaction session. So that will be better, I think, because there is a wide audience from different domains. So I'll keep to the basics of the IPR. So generally, we know that intellectual property rights are the rights acquired over a property created by their intellectual efforts. So it's an intangible effort asset, and once the intangible asset becomes goods, like a product or a service, or I mean a process, which can turn into a good. So goods, it becomes a goods and a product, then it becomes a tangible asset over which you are claiming your IPR. So these are the types of IPR generally everybody would have known, but then I'm just showing. It's like mainly we concentrate on patents, industrial designs, trademarks, and copyrights. Of course, geographical indications goes into the particular geographical location, very specific to that goods of that very specific to particular geographical locations like Kanjipuram silks and all. So integrated circuits, only when you frame the circuit, it comes under a different IPR, doesn't fall under any of the patents or industrial design directly, unless you put it integrated into a hardware. Unless it is integrated into a hardware, it has a separate IP associated with that. So generally, if you see any IPR, if you any product that you want to protect has a bundle of IP rights associated with that. So if you take a fan, of course there is a patent and a design. and it will certainly have a trademark like Bajaj, Usha, or any of the trademarks associated with that. And then it may have a copyright, like a manual. If you have it, might be copyrighted also. So every product, if you see, majority, at least 2 to 3 IPRs will be associated, and it's a bundle of IP portfolio that is being protected when you protected one particular product or goods. So what are the rights? When you say IP rights, we generally say that it's a right, it's a monopoly right, but what is the right that you get, and why that monopoly right that you get? So generally the rights, we call it as exclusive rights, because not because you enjoy the exclusively, but then you are given the right to exclude others from making or using, manufacturing, marketing the invention without the holder of that consent of the patent holder. So that is the rights. Majorly you are given the right to exclude others. So when somebody does it, then you have the right to sue them or put a case against them and tell them not to pursue it anymore. So that is the main right that you're given through the IP protection. And of course, inherently you get the right to make, use, manufacture, and market the invention that is associated with that, without telling. And then of course you have a property right. Now the property, when you say intellectual property, the property right goes with, you can gift it, or it can be inherited, assigned, sold, or licensed to a third party, another party, and it can be inherited by your successors. Just like in any house or a car or whatever you have, these also can be done. And of course, it's territorial in nature. It's territorial in nature. That is, inventors, if you want to protect your IP in a particular country, then you have to approach each country separately. Of course, when you file an application in India, the IP is protected only in India. So further, if you want to protect in other countries, you have to file separate applications in each country. That is, it's territorial in nature.
Ma'am, are you moving your slides, ma'am?
Yes, I'm moving the slides.
Which slide are you in?
Now you're able to see?
Now it's in 5th slide, ma'am. Till now it has not moved actually.
Okay. I'm so sorry. These are the types of IPR, and I've just told about the bundle of IP rights associated with each product. Now you're able to see?
Yes, ma'am. I think you are in 4th slide now.
Yes. I'm in the 4th slide. Yes. Okay, I'll go like this only then. I don't know what is the problem. If I go to slideshow mode, it's not showing. It's not moving actually. So this is the types of rights. What are the rights that are associated with each IP that you're getting? That is exclusive rights, which means that to rights to exclude others, property right, and inherently you get the right to make, use, manufacture, and market the invention. Of course, it's territorial in nature, as I just explained. And then when it comes to advantage of the IP protection, generally, why do you first protect the IP? What are the advantages? First is to foster the innovation, because you don't want anybody else to, pry into your territory or pry into your invention and try to take hold of it, but steal the invention. And of course, that's called obtaining the invention. And then you solve the free rider problem. Somebody else, you slog over the invention, you do everything, and somebody comes and picks it up, obtains the invention, and tries to make money out of it. And then it's a remedy to market failure, because the same as since it solves the free rider problem, again, when you launch it into market, you have the protection, and nobody else can manufacture, make, use, or sell it without your permission, and you get to monetarily you benefit out of it. And why should they protect? Because you avoid others from stealing your invention, whatever it may be, before it comes into the market. And you avoid infringement into others' invention, as well as buy others into your invention. So both ways you're trying to avoid the infringement when you do the IP protection. Because when you file an application, of course, you will do a prior art search, even if it's a logo, trademark, whatever it is, you do a prior art search, and then see whether the same or the similar inventions which may infringe or which you may infringe are there. And then when you go ahead with filing the invention or even the other IP rights. So that helps in preventing laws from either side, monetary laws from not only monetary laws, even otherwise, the mental stress and all those things associated with that, you avoid all those things by doing an IP protection. Then you contribute to the knowledge economy of the country. So generally it's a patent. When you go to the first, we look at the patents part of it. So it's an exclusive right given by the government for a particular period of time to its inventor for the, in respect of his or her invention, and you pay and get that rights to the patent office or to the IP office because you're provided with the monopoly right in exchange for a full description of how the invention performs. So that is the crux of the IP or the Patent Act, because you're disclosing your invention, which comes in exchange for the right that is being given, because after the particular period of time, of course, which is for the patents is 20 years, after the particular period of time, the society starts to enjoy using your invention. So at a very nominal cost, because when it's protected and you launch the product, of course, the cost associated with any of such products will be little higher, which may not be affordable to everybody. So once, especially in pharma, if you say, and once it comes into the public domain, which is free to use for everyone after the particular period of time, that is 20 years, then the society gets the liberty, freedom to, enjoy the invention. So that is why you're given a monopoly right for a particular period of time in order to make or monetize or benefit monetarily out of your invention. And after that, you are giving it out to the society. So that is the balance act. That is called the balancing of the patent act. So now you are given the right to exclude others in exchange for the educating the society on the new technological advances, of course. So what are the main three criteria you should see when you ideate something? When you ideate something and you come up with you think that it is a market gap or there is a gap in the invention which you can improvise, always look for these three criteria, because this is the essential criteria that is very much required to decide the patentability by the IP office. So this is novelty, inventive step, and industrial applicability. So when you say novelty, it is a fundamental requirement in any examination of the patentability. So novelty cannot be proved saying that it is present, but it is absent. So whatever your invention is absent in the prior literature or the prior art, you say that, and then you say that your invention is novel. So only in its absence can you prove the novelty of the invention. And an invention is also new if it's not anticipated by the prior art. So prior art generally doesn't mean only the patents. Also non-patent literature also will fall under the prior arts, and even any of the articles, publications, anything that it's in the public domain which may somehow talk about your invention or try to provide an idea about invention will be called as a prior art, of course. And prior art prior art can sometimes be not only written but also be oral disclosure, and many of the people mistake that patents filed only in India will be considered as a prior art. That is also not the case. When it say prior arts, it's global. Wherever in the world similar or the same of your invention is being disclosed in any of the public domain articles or publications, wherever it may be, that comes under the terminology of prior art. So you should not only look at the INPAS or the Indian patent database and say my invention is not there, it's somewhere else, and so my invention is novel. No, that is not the case. So next comes the very critical part of the deciding your patentability is the inventive step, of course. When you say inventive step, you call it like, sometimes people say I see a particular invention being done with a particular material and I have used a different raw material. The source material is different. So such things may not be inventive. Why? Because first thing that they will see is what is the problem to be solved, and the solution to the problem, and the advantageous effects, if any, of the invention over the background art. These are the first things that anybody will look at. The first things that somebody will look at. But then Above that, problem solved, solution, problem to be solved and solution to the problem, yours may be novel, yes, because you're using a different source or different methodology to do it, yes, it's novel. But then when you come to prior art, it is called as anticipation. You take 2-3 prior arts which is very close to your invention and say, just find out or analyze by yourself whether somebody of your knowledge, by putting together these three prior arts and based on the basic technical knowledge somebody of your qualification may have, if they are able to, whether they will be able to come up with your invention, whether they be able to ideate such a thing or come up with your invention same as yours. So if you are able to prove no, then yours is very inventive. Apart from stating that the problem should have an advantages, I mean the solution should have an advantageous effect, of course, over the existing prior art, all this technically it should have all these things. But apart from that, anticipation is something which not everybody, it's more like a self analysis that you do. Try to see all the publications, not only patent publications, even non-patent literature or whatever. Just think whether somebody of your qualification or having the expertise in that field. Qualification means not just educational qualification, even knowledge wise, who have expertise in the field, would they be able to come up with such an invention? So that is a question you should ask yourself. When you ask, if you think no, why? Write it down. That is where your inventive step lies exactly, apart from the advantages effect. Okay, so that not many people look at it. Generally they say, I have done, people do with turmeric, I have done with neem and all those things, this sort of source, but same procedure is being followed with come up with. So this puts out the anticipation. That is where the inventive step fails the patentability of the invention. So what is anticipation? Any publication which quashes the novelty of the invention, and public display of the invention before making the application. And sometimes there is a window period, grace period, that is being allowed. Immediately after the display, you come to know you have to file the invention or application within 12 months of the display. And also prove that the display was necessary, a mandate in a conference or in a such workshops, or in a government for a grant purpose or any of the things. You have made such a display, and you have to prove that. And then publishing in the journals or transactions not allowed, but now there is a grace period that is being allowed with the penalty charges. Of course, you have to pay an amount for that and get that grace period to file the application. And then public working of the invention. You go and work in order to validate, but why have you worked the invention? You just go on working, and one fine day you think that I have not protected, so it's better to protect. If it has passed 12 months, again you cannot make an application for that. So public working of the invention for validation purpose, yes, you can do, but then you have to file within 12 months. But it's always advisable, go for filing the application first, then go for your validation. You can always do a patent of addition or an improvement or amendment to your patent application. So inventive step is something that you have to really take care of when you do a patent application, whether it's Indian or otherwise also. So next, third main criteria is the industrial applicability. So here what they see is that whether the product can be manufactured in a company, whether the process will help in manufacturing a product. So only these two can be patented. A process or a product's patent can be obtained. So whether it's industrial applicable to manufacture a product, the process should be able to manufacture a product, or it should be a product itself that you can patent. You can apply for a patent. So there are other things apart from this thing. There is something called a section 3, which I have not touched here because that is quite an extensive one. Of course, there again, the method of agriculture cannot be patented, a method of diagnosis cannot be patented, method of treatment cannot be patented. There are certain criteria, something called under the section 3. So if you go into the Google and just type section 3 of the Patent Act of Indian Patent Act, you will get the manual either from, you will get it directly in the Google, and you can just see what are all not patentable. because that will consume a lot of time. So due to the paucity of time, I thought let's not go into that. But apart from that, if it's related to defense, some of your invention related to defense or country's security issues, again, it's not patentable. Even though it satisfies the 3 criteria. If it's related to defense, it will go under the secrecy direction by the IPO office. So once the government once the IPO office sends to the defense department of the government, and the government puts the secrecy direction, again, you cannot make use of the invention, of course. And then if the country's if your invention is something related to the country's security issue, it's not patentable. If it's against the morality of the public order of the country, it's not again patentable. So there are certain things that ethics is also should be followed, or the moral value should be followed when you think of patentability of a particular invention. So the term protection is about 20 years from the date of filing. And now if you go into the classification of the application, there is something called the national patent application, or the ordinary application, that is called the Indian, which you file in the Indian Patent Office, and it's territorial protected within India. And then we have a PCT national phase application. First, you file a PCT international application where you get priority in about more than 150 countries. That is only priority, not protection. Of course, you have time period of around 30 to 31 months to enter into each country after filing from the priority date of the application. So it's always advisable, if you want to enter into globally, if you want to enter globally and you're not decided on which countries to file, so it's better to file a PCT application, then decide on entering into the national phase of each country. And India also, somebody has filed in other country, or you enter first into the PCT application, then you can enter into each country through the national phase application. Even in India, you can do the same. So convention application. So whoever is the member of the Paris Convention, and you claim the priority in a country, like in India is a member of the Paris Convention, and you file an application in India, and you know very surely that you're going to enter into only one country throughout the world, you are not going to enter into any other countries at any other point of time, then it may be advisable to go to Paris Convention, because it has a window, it's a period of 12 months. Within 12 months, you have to enter into the convention applications from the date of filing or the priority date of the application. So patent of addition is being filed for improvement or modification. You have already filed the application, but then over a period of time, you have come up with some improvisation over an invention, but it is related to the parent application, and you want to claim that also in addition to the parent application claims, then you go for a patent of addition, and the priority date of the patent of addition will be same as the priority date of the patent original parent application. So divisional patent is you divide one application, and you filed one application, and there is something called the unity of invention when you file an application, patent of application. So whatever you claim in the claim should be of the same invention. It should not diversify into 2-3 inventions. So when you diversify into 2-3 inventions, generally the controller will ask you to divide the application, but the recent amendments is allowing the applicant itself to divide the application. Supposing you filed an application, you are not sure when you filed the application, but then you wanted to now divide it into 2 different patent applications, that is now allowed. You can apply for that. You can request for the division of the application. So divisional patent is for dividing one application into 2 or more. So there are types of specifications. So when you file a patent application, so there are 2 types of specifications that you can submit. So one is called the provisional specification, which is an optional one, and it's not mandatory to file that. But then when you are in the conceptual, I wouldn't suggest that it should be in a conceptual stage, but then you're conceptual and you have done a preliminary work on that. Some data is available with you, and you know that your invention will proceed in the same direction as you anticipate it to. When you know that, or you know that it's going to anticipate, proceed in either of A or B directions, that is all, not otherwise, then you can go for a provisional specification with the limited data, and then you can try to protect the scope of your invention in the provisional specification. Describe the scope of your invention, either A or B, both you can try to protect by describing the scope of the invention. So that you should do. But once it is done, you have only 12 months time to complete your invention and file the complete specification. Now, complete specification only will have the claims, which is the actual crux which protects your invention. The legal part of it, which protects your invention, is the claims. So complete specification will have the complete description of your invention, with the advantages and various other background, prior art, everything, and with your examples, working examples of your invention, and some data which supports your invention, and also the complete claims for your invention. So this document only, called a technological document, which will actually help you to obtain the patent. So between provisional and complete specification, you have 12 months time to file it. So if you are very sure that you can complete it in 12 months, that is not exactly up to 12 months, in 11 months, so that you have 1 month time to, at least 1 month time to pull in your data and file the complete specification, then it's advisable to go for the provisional specification filing. So this is the prosecution of patent application. If you say, first you file the application, provisional specification, then you have 12 months to file the complete specification. Then you have automatically, after 18 months, it goes into publication in the IP Gazette. But then but if you want to expedite your publication, there is an option for filing for a request for early publication. So maximum it's like within two weeks, or also 2 weeks also it may get published, but maximum up to within 1 month it will get published. So once the publication happens, and even when you are filing your application, you will file for something called a request for examination. But otherwise, you can file for request for examination within 48 months, but now it has been reduced to 33 months. So now within 33 months, you have to file the request for examination from the date of filing, and then the controller forwards the exam. Once the filing request for examination is filed, the controller forwards the application to the examiner to be examined technically, based on the prior art search, and then the examiner submits a report to the report on patentability to the controller again, and controller forwards examination report to the applicant. Then the applicant, once the applicant receives the FER report, then you have to reply to the comments raised by the controller again. So once that is done, if the objections are okay, satisfactory, it may be granted. But in the examination itself, by the first time, in the first instance of the examination, if there is no objection also, it may get granted. But most of the time there will be some comments on the inventive step surely. So once it may get granted after complying with the requirements of the time specifications given by the controller, which is like you have to reply to the controller's queries in 3 months now. And then after that, if still they are not satisfied with your answers that you have given, then they will give a time for a hearing. So during the hearing, you have to convince the controller on the inventiveness of your invention, or on the other objections that has been raised by the controller. So if you're able to convince the controller there, and if there are certain modifications that might be suggested by the controller, amendments that is being suggested by the controller, do the amendments and again resubmit, then the patent will get granted. But after the grant, it doesn't stop with that. You have to go for pay the renewal fee and keep the patent in force. Otherwise, the patent gets seized, or the validity of the patent gets lapsed. So you always have to pay a renewal fees, and whatever fees that you pay, specifically mandate statutory fee that you pay along with the application for the Form 1, holds good only for the first 2 years from the date of filing. So from the third year onwards, you have to pay the renewal fees as per the slab that has been given by the patent office. So now that patent is over, if I think I'll move on. I'll finish with the designs and copyrights and trademarks. Then maybe we can have the Q&A session. So next is the industrial designs. What do we protect in the industrial design is the aesthetic appearance. That is appeal. That is the article which is appealed to or judged solely by the eye. Okay, and it does not include any principle of construction or working of the device generally. So when you see a Pepsi bottle or any of these devices, what you see here, the aesthetic appearance, how it looks, not how it works, but how it looks is being protected by the industrial design. So when you do a machinery, the cover part of it, or the specific, particular components part of it, which may be, which you can design in a different way, of course, and it doesn't play a very big role in the in changing, in modifying the working of the particular machine. Then you go to protect the design of the particular piston or whatever, the particular design alone can be protected for that article. So it's only the aesthetic appearance, it will never protect the working of that particular component of the particular article that you are trying to protect. So generally the shape and configuration, if you say the shape of the Coca-Cola bottle, then the pattern of ornamentation, so engraving on a metal or on a carpet by various geometric figures, or in a bedsheet, or in a plate, plates and various, ceramic plates that we use at home, cutlery that we use, all this forms the pattern or ornamentation, jewelry, and the same will also apply to your machinery part of it. Wherever you have some aesthetic appearance that you want to do, or a pattern or ornamentation that you want to specifically do on a particular machinery of it, then that can be protected under the design part of it. So criteria for design registration, it should be new or original, distinguishable from the known design. Of course, there is a new design database where you have to go and again look for a prior art search, more like a prior art search. So design search has to be done. So be applied to an article. Whatever design that you are giving should be applied to an article, not just in a drawing cannot be protected. That will come under the copyright. So where do you apply also should be protected, and should not be disclosed to the public, and it should be appealing to the eye, should not comprise of any obscene matter or public contrary to public order or morality. So these are the things that you should take into consideration while filing for the design registration. And when you give for the, so these are some of the examples of the design registration. If you see the bottle have different pattern or ornamentation, pattern over the bottle. The bottles are of course the same types of bottles with same liter capacity, but the ornamental or the ornamentation or the pattern or the way it appears very much differs. So those are things are the being protected under designs. And different, when you always apply for a design, you have to give different views. So a particular article should be given in at least 6 views, wherever according to however it applies. If it's relevant, like front side and the back side are the same, then you can just give one view of it. But it's a little different, then it's better to give 6 different views of your article. So it should be like front perspective view, and different perspective view also can be given, cross-sectional view, when you put the knob and when you don't put the knob, how it looks, everything can be should be given in order to protect your design part of it. So this is one more. If you take the pressure cooker, of course, different angles. The view is given from the different angles. Aerial view, backside, underneath. That's one of 1.6 is the bottom view. 1.5 is the aerial view. So otherwise, rest of all the different sides of a pressure cooker, how it looks from various angles. So this should be submitted to the design office for protecting the particular design of an article. So what is not registerable? Of course, the inner portion of an article, how it looks from inside. So that is not, of course, allowed. It's always from the outer region, outer portion, exterior view of the article is only allowed. From the inner portion, how it looks is never allowed for registration. Then the mode of construction of the article, building structures, and then sole functional features, and then which part of the article which is not sold separately. In addition, you cannot claim it along with the machinery part of it. That cannot be done. Then stamps, label, tokens, medals, trademarks, and these will not fall under design registration. Then merely just changing the size of the article, you cannot file. Then integrated circuits and computer chips, and which is not which cannot be repeated, is also not registerable. That is, partially you have taken a stone and you have engraved it something, particular type of natural rock, and then you are trying to cut out certain pieces, and you're saying that this is a design, because a particular type of rock can be made into a different types of ornamentation or design, but this not all rocks cannot be brought into the same design, which, like, you say that it's partly natural and partly artificial. But if it's like repeated, it can be repeated, then it's okay. But if it cannot be repeated, it's a natural rock, and in that you are bringing out certain things, either engraving or trying to, chip out certain parts and bringing out, and it's partly natural and partly artificial. Such things are not allowed for design registration. Then calendars, mere mechanical contrivance, then basic shape, then basic shapes like, square, rectangle. These are the basic shapes that we know. Such things cannot be allowed. Then mere workshop alteration, flags, emblems of national importance, anything of national importance, that is not allowed under design registration. So benefits of registration is exclusive right, again, as I said, to exclude others, then better protection to sue for piracy of the design, then licensing of the design. As a property, when you inherit as a property, you have the right to license it out. Then the term of protection is 10 years, extended up to 5 years on request. So this is one just case that I have put here. These are the two trunk cases of the kits. When you see, it looks very similar, very, very similar. So what happened? Trunky case, the kiddie ruling was favored in the term of, in favor of kiddie, but Trunky was the original designer of that. So it looks like a zebra or a insect with the horns and such things. But here, what they said was, court ruling was, overall impression created by the design is different because it is because like it looks like either as an insect with an antenna or insect with the ears. So it's like animal with the horns and insect with the antenna. So there's quite a lot of difference in the design, the way it appears, and what you protect under design is the way it appears. So if you have different versions that you want to protect it, go for the different versions and protect the design. If you think this may be replicated by somebody or duplicated with the different versions or different pattern or ornamentation, always try to protect with the different versions or the different pattern and ornamentation that you can think of. So next, when you come to the copyrights, copyrights generally protect the original literary, dramatic, or the musical or artistic works. Of course, it protects the cinematograph, films and sound recordings. And what are the rights, or the moral rights and the economic rights? When the moral rights, when you talk about moral rights, is the right of authorship, right of integrity, digital manipulation, inalienable. It's an inalienable rights which is vested on the author of on the author of the copyright, I mean the work that has been done by the author. So these are the moral rights. It is vested without anybody giving any certificate to the author. Okay, but economic rights is something you can hand over or you can assign or license out to somebody else, just as right of reproduction, making copies and storage in computer memory. Then rights of distribution, that is issuing copies to, like in a books being distributed, made and published and distributed by the distributor of the books. But the owner will have the authorship rights, of course, and the right of communication to the public through the public performance or internet communication, or through media, or through any other media, or even printed media. It could be through anything. Right of communication. That's how when newspapers, when somebody writes the article, the authorship lies with the author, but the publishing rights, everything goes to the newspaper owner, the newspaper. So economic rights again has the adaptation rights, that is conversion of one form of literary into a drama. That is like, we have the Harry Potter books or any of the novels that has been converted into movies, or any of the works that has been converted into documentary or, animation movies, animation parts. And then you have a translation of the work into different languages. So these are adaptation rights that can be done. It can be brought into comic formats. So these are the adaptation rights that can be given by the author or the owner of the work to some companies for monetization, or the economic rights that is being given. Right to make the cinematograph films or the sound recording, of course, and translational rights, rental or lending rights, this all will fall into the media part of it. Then resale rights for the original artistic work that you give to somebody else. Then related rights, these are the related rights, that is when you say rights granted by law to the communicators of the works to the public, that is a related rights. It involves the performance rights and the broadcasting organization rights again. So performance rights is recording, whoever performs and done the recording, broadcasting and communication to the public through the performance of the artists that is being involved in the cinematograph, film, or any other drama that is being done. So duration is 50 years. And then broadcasting organization rights is the reproduction and broadcasting of that particular work to the public through various media. So ownership of rights lies with different persons with different types of work. If you see, for the literary work, it goes with the author. For drama it is dramatist. Music, it is a composer. And the artistic work, if you say, with the artist and photographer. And again, you have the person who causes the works to be computed in the computer program. And you have the producer, sound recording, some cinematograph, everything to the producer, of course. And government work always lies with the government, of course. So in case of employment, it goes to the employer, and work of apprentice to the teacher, and question papers, if you say, the paper setter has the authorship, of course. So these are the author as owner of rights. So that is how these are the certain things. How it vests, to whom it vests, differs slightly with different types of different scenario, actually. So duration of copyrights is life plus 60 years. And all the other works is 60 years from the date of publication. It's only for literary, dramatic, and musical. It's life plus 60 years. So generally, if you have the application procedure, we have to file the Form 14. It can be filed through e-filing or by post with a sufficient payment that is being required. And these are the payments prescribed, fee schedule. It is like these are given only for few things, but of course there are many other things. If you go into the copyright.gov.in and go into the fee schedule, you will have the entire list of it, for what you have to for each category, how you have to pay. And this is the examination procedure. Once you file the application and goes to the copyright office, it is first checked for the formality check, whether you have given all the sufficient documents properly. If not, it will come back to you asking for the documents. Then there is a waiting period. Then there is scrutiny on the work that is being done. If no discrepancy, it is approved by the registrar to go for the final registration. If there is discrepancy, then a discrepancy letter is being sent to the applicant. And if you remove the discrepancy as per their directions, again it will be approved by the deputy registrar, and then it will be filed. Otherwise, if no response, then application will be abandoned. If even after removing the discrepancy, still they have some further discrepancy and they are not convinced of the removal of the discrepancy, then a hearing may be again called. And then once the hearing is convinced, in the hearing it is convinced and complied with all the directions, then you go for registration approval. Otherwise, it will be rejected. So this is the procedure for the copyright registration. And of course, when you come to the trademarks, it's a name of an enterprise or a mark which distinguishes the goods or services of one person from others. So this is how the trademark. So the mark which tells about your trade, or which distinguishes your trade from others, so that once person knows it, once the person hears the name, they are able to associate with your trade, with the goods that you are selling or producing, or the service that you are giving. So trademark can be sign, word, letters, numbers, and all these things. It can be colors or combinations. It can be any of the combination of the above, all the things that is being given. Shape of goods, graphic representation. As applied to an article or a product, it can be a combination of any of this thing that is being listed out here. So kind of trademarks that you can apply for is a word of service mark or a certification mark, collective mark, well-known trademarks, and there are trade names also. So service marks includes the banking, education, finance, insurance. For the marks that you give specifically for this, you give a certain name for it. Okay. So insurance, you give a Star Health Insurance or whatever. So these are service marks that they have. So similarly, certification marks is like certified by the particular body or government body. I mean, any of the body that is being authorized by the government. So in order to, certify a product like AgMark, Organic India, ISI mark, ISO, and all these things comes under the certification marks. Then the collective marks is from a members applied by a members of the association for various undertaking, like it could be manufacturers or a textile producers, textile association, or some particular trader association, lorry owners, or any of these people like professional bodies or anything, Institute of Chartered Accountants, or all these people will have a particular mark name for them, trade name or a mark, collective association name for them, and then for that they will have a collective mark. So that also can be applied. So these are called the well-known marks, and these well-known marks, even if you try to use it on any other product, like Bata is associated with footwear, But if you try to name some other product, like you go to textile industry or a food industry and try to name it as Bata, that is still not allowed, because these are marked as well-known marks, distinguished as a well-known marks, and it cannot be assigned to any other any other class of goods apart from the goods that they are associating the particular trademark to. So this is called the well-known marks. So again, it could be forms of trademarks could be, as I said, it could be a combination of the certain things like words, letter, numerals, devices, 2D representation, color combinations, and all. There could also be sounds and musical notes associated, and sometimes olfactory marks can also be given for the smells. Sometimes smells can also be given as a trademark, something called the olfactory marks. So what can be protected and what's not protected is the right to use the trademark in relation to the particular goods or services can be protected. And state emblems, official hallmarks, and emblems of intergovernmental organization, all this cannot be, as I even told in the design, certain things. So those cannot be protected under the trademarks. Okay. And duration of the trademarks, initially 10 years, of course, from your date of, with the application, and after that it can be renewed indefinitely. So if you say the office action process, if you say like once the application goes to the trademark office after digitization, or even you file the e-filing procedure, then it goes for the examination of the application. Then there will be approval by the supervisor, and then there will be release of the examination report. Once the examination report is given, if in the case of any objections to that, again a response is demanded from the applicant, and the consideration for a particular period of time is given for this 1 month. We have to give the response, and the objection is not waived or does not satisfactory. Sometimes they call for a hearing again. Once the hearing happens and you are able to convince them on the distinguished marks, that is being distinguishing factor in your mark, then it will be granted. Otherwise, if there are no objections at all, if it's totally new and there is no objection in the classification that you're applying, the type of trademark that you're giving, name, everything, it will be directly granted and go into the trademark publication in the trademark journal. After the publication in the trademark journal, there is a waiting period of 4 months for any opposition from the public domain. So if there is an opposition, again, for the opposition, the opponent has to be given a notice about it. The applicant has to be given a notice about the opposition, and they have to, in case, give a reply to the opposition, comments to the opposition again, and there will be a hearing from both the opposing parties, and then finally either it will be granted or waived off. So this is the regular procedure. In case of no opposition in the 4 months that after publishing in the trademark journal, then it goes directly for the registration of the trademark. So this is all. Thank you. I've just given an overview. I think it might be much better if we can interact and try to if I'm able to give you answer to your questions. Thank you very much. Open to questions.
Any questions? You can raise your hand or put it in a chat. Dr. Harini Venugopal has some question.
Yeah, please. I think, yeah.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Tell me, ma'am.
Ma'am, namaste, ma'am. It was a very informative session, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I'm Dr. Harini Venugopal, ma'am, from Dairy Science College.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, here we are into many of the research, ma'am, here, MTech and PhD.
Yes, ma'am.
Can our research thing can be published? It can be patented?
Yes, ma'am. That is what, ma'am. If you want to patent any invention during the research, just make sure that you first satisfy the 3 criteria: novelty, inventive step, and industrial applicability. Of course, in dairy, you will have a process and product which is industrial applicable without any say. Yes. And it may be novel because the way you're doing might be different from others. So it is always good to see that inventive step is there. So that is where you have to do a prior art search, go into the Google patents, try to put in all the keywords, not just one specific keywords, alternate keywords that may be there in that particular in your parlance. Okay. So people who might use, whatever alternate keywords it may be, because keywords may be not just focusing on the invention, keywords may also be based out on the application part of it sometimes, because the title may be on the application, where your invention is applied. So the title may be telling about the application. So try to put all the keywords and try to narrow down and see whether your invention is being explained anywhere, described anywhere, ma'am.
Ma'am,
So
actually, after our research work, we are supposed to submit the thesis and 2 articles we need to publish, ma'am. If at all we publish the things, can it be patented?
That is what, ma'am. They have given a grace period, ma'am. So there is a grace period of 1 year. Yes, you can, within that 1 year, you can publish, you can file the patent, stating that it was a mandate by the particular, requirement by the particular, university or whatever office, and hence it has to be submitted. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
After submission of the thesis also, we can patent it.
You can patent it, yes, but yes, ma'am, it is allowed, but don't go beyond 12 months. Nothing should go beyond 12 months.
That means we can patent our research only for 1 year, ma'am.
No, ma'am. Within the publication time, if you publish, supposing today you're publishing, it gets published, into the public domain. Okay. So from the date of publication, then you from this date, from next year, when it gets, today is 23rd, next year, 22nd of May, your 1 year period gets over.
Okay.
Now, in the recent amendment, there is another grace period provided for 3 months, of course, where you can ask for, but then it's better to file within the period of this 1 year, ma'am.
Okay. Okay.
File an application, patent application.
How much would be the cost, ma'am, for all this procedure?
So cost, if you as an academic institute, if you go, or as an individual you go, ma'am, the first totally it will cost around 5,600 for the normal route. That is 1,600 for the application and 4,000 rupees for the examination. But if you go for the expedited route, it will come around 12,100 rupees, ma'am. So 12,500 you keep roughly.
So what is that another thing what you told, ma'am? Expect date. What is that? 12,000?
12,000 is the expedited procedure. To expedite the procedure, I've told about the early publication, no, ma'am. Like that, there is something called expedited examination. So expedited examination can also be opted by you by certain categories, not by the corporates, not by big companies, but certain categories. So under that central government institute or state government institute and all those will fall under the category. Or if you're a woman is an applicant, or you're a startup, or you're a MSME. So these all fall under the category.
Okay.
And ma'am, when you always do the publication or patent, always divide your research work. Your data, experimental data.
Okay, ma'am.
Certain pathways or anything, the like characterization study that you have done, which may support your patent or may not support. Such things, pathways and all, can go into the publication part of it. You can publish, but keep the patent. What will support your claims? That you keep for the patent part of it. Always.
Okay, ma'am.
Like that you divide. Like
innovative step. Innovative step. We have to keep it as the criteria.
Yes. Supposing you're going to the biochemical pathway of it, particular work, and then you're going to characterize that particular thing. Such things may not be helpful unless it's a product you're characterizing.
Okay.
When it's a product you're characterizing, those characteristics has to be put in the patent, of course.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
So you have to do, particularly, maybe it's better to consult with somebody, ma'am, who knows about patent a little bit when you're ideating itself. So which part to publish, which part to patent, you can keep it aside.
Okay.
Segregated. Yes.
Could you help us in getting the patent, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. I will put you in touch, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'll do that.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, kindly share your mail ID, ma'am, so that I can communicate with you.
I will share with Priyanka, and she will share with you. Yes,
ma'am. Ma'am, thank you so much for your kind information and your time, ma'am. Thank you so much for clarifying the doubts.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
One more question from Manoj. Can we patent our idea concept on which further it will be developed into a product or services?
So that is actually not advisable. Actually not advisable. You are in a conceptual stage or just idea. And if you want to go, you cannot patent it, go for the complete specification. Some people go for provisional specification, of course, which I would not suggest, advise it. But then you do a preliminary work, get some preliminary data on your research work. Always make sure that your research will go in the direction that you've anticipated to go. If you are very sure of that, then you go for provisional specification filing immediately. Even a small amount of work which will give you the confidence. So that is one thing, because if you think that people might steal, generally in any places, if you're working in a public, a common lab, of course there is a probability and you would want to protect it. Yes, that's a good thing. That is why provisional is being given. But then make sure it will go in the direction, or you should be very sure it will go either in path A, B or C only. Other than that, it will not go. So I will describe the scope of all these three things and try to put it in the provisional, or make 3 provisional specifications also. It can be either way. Okay. So if you are very sure of that, yes, you can go, but I would not suggest to go in the ideation, because you have to file within 12 months. If you are not able to file within 12 months, you have to abandon your application. Then your priority goes off. Okay. And then when it's abandoned, of course, provisional will not go into the public domain. Provisional specification will not be published, or it will not go into the public domain. You have to abandon, and then you have to start fresh after 12 months. That means from till the date of provisional filing, you would have seen the prior art search, literature search. Now this 12 months, that is where you have got the priority date by filing the provisional specification. Now you are abandoning your provisional specification. That means you are post-dating your filing to after 12 months. Now this 12 months period, again you have to do one more prior art search or a literature search. Again you have to do one more. So if somebody has done a similar work as yours within this 12-month period, of course you will not be aware of, because that will also be in the application stage. Yours is also in the application stage. So you might not be aware at that time. You lose your priority now, and your priority is being posted beyond the second applicant's date of filing. So you lose your priority, and the second applicant's application is now becoming a literature or a prior art for your invention. You understand that? So that is why it's not advisable to go in the idea stage or a conceptual stage. So somebody
yes, Veena ma'am is asking whether we can publish prior to patent application.
That is what I told you just now. It is not advisable. Certainly not at all advisable. You file a patent application, then go for as many publications as you want. That is the best thing to do.
Once if it is approved, ma'am, or before approval?
No. Just filing the complete specification. That is enough. You file the complete specification, next day you publish it. The same day only you publish it. Start to go, send it for publication. No problem. But if you have already published and it's a very good work, and if you are within the period of 12 months period, then you can still request for that. Yes.
Okay. Any questions? Any more questions?
Any more questions?
If no questions means, can we end the today's session?
Yes.
If any questions is there, ma'am, we'll send it through email, ma'am.
Sure, that will be better. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for the presentation, ma'am. Thank you for being with us and for your time and valuable presentation. Whatever the startup have innovated or whatever they have developed the product, they have to secure their, they have to take, others will copyright. So
sure,
they have to protect their
always
idea.
Look for not just patent alone. Please look for other IPs also. Other IPs are also, beneficial to you, and it protects in multiple ways. it adds the value to your patent or invention that you're patented. So always look for other possible IPs that you can file. And it's always good for, as a startup, it is always good to file the other IPs and keep it, as an IP portfolio, build your IP portfolio. It is always good to do that. Thank you very much. Thank you for your patience and your.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the person.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Tomorrow we'll have session at 9 o'clock. Please request all the participants to kindly join at 9 o'clock. Tomorrow we have only 3 more sessions. We will end the session. Tomorrow, I think from 12 to 12:30 we have a validatory. So I request everyone to kindly join the tomorrow session. Thank you, everyone.